We're good to go, Mr. Mayor.
Good morning, colleagues. I would like to bring this meeting back to order and resume with our budget discussions. Do the roll call first. Councillor Wright,
Good morning.
Councillor Knack,
Good morning.
Councillor Principe,
Hi, good morning.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette,
Good morning.
Councillor Tang,
Good morning.
and I'm here, Councillor Hamilton,
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford,
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador,
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good morning.
good morning, Councillor Rice,
Good morning.
and Councillor Jens.
Good morning.
Everyone is here. We are going to go into administration's presentation or questions to administration on the capital supplemental budget adjustments, and we'll focus on that. If we are through that, then we'll go into the operating budget supplemental adjustments. But before we go into the operating, we will ask administration to give us a presentation on the employees. What is the presentation called? It's basically on the city auditors.
Workforce composition.
Workforce
Yeah,
composition.
We'll do that under
on-
operating.
That's on the city auditors' recommendations on the management positions and consulting information. That's what it is, my understanding.
Sorry, my mic wasn't working, Your Worship, I apologize. Rather, I couldn't figure out how to work it.
Okay.
You're absolutely correct. It's on workforce composition.
Yeah.
Just some basic information on definitions and clarity on
Yeah.
some of the auditor's report, as well as external contractors is the second part of the presentation. Thank
Good.
you, Your Worship.
Because that will help us inform some of our questions around the work you're doing and let us kind of have more information on it.
You bet.
Good, got it. Okay, cool. All right, so we are going to go into Q&A with administration on the supplemental capital budget adjustment. Who wants to go first? Yes. Come on. I'm just trying to figure it out here.
I just need to look up one thing, so you go first.
Just hold on. Just hold on. I gotta find the list here. I found the list. Okay, Councillor Stevenson, you bumped over, you were the second one, but you use your superpowers to the first? Okay. We'll go to Councillor Knack then.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I really don't think I have many questions. So I know at our recent committee meeting, Community and Public Services, I think it was, we were talking about different options for Lewis Farms, and one of the suggestions is potentially a phased approach. And truly, as we discussed there, what we mean by phasing is only building the park and then building the building. We can't build the facility in phases, as we learned during that committee meeting. So at that meeting, we did a motion to create a sort of updated service capital profile that would deal with site servicing. So I just want to ask a little bit more about that. I have the wording of that, and at the appropriate time, I'd probably bring that forward. But the site servicing that was being discussed at the committee meeting, that has to happen regardless of whether we went in a phased approach or we built the building and the park all at the same time, correct? The site servicing is a requirement to do that work.
That's correct, because existing is not well kept.
Yeah, and it is ready to go. So essentially, we are at a state where we could begin that work if this were approved. I mean, if we didn't begin the next phase of work on that, we have the weeded field sitting there for another year plus until we make a decision on the other piece.
That's correct, and if you need specifics in terms of how it would be phased, Mr. Malifsta can provide that.
Sure, and maybe I'll ask that just in interest of getting a little bit more detail to make sure I'm on the right track here.
Thank you, Councillor. Scope that we've currently put together is a combination of both the off-site and on-site servicing, so the underground infrastructure, which would be, some of it would be paid back, hopefully by the developers in the future years, because it's tied to the broader servicing for the neighborhood. So there would be some agreements that we would strike, but just based on the timing of development, because the facility would be coming in first, we would be building that first. So that would be a portion of the off-site stormwater management facility. So that would be some of the work that would carry over 2 years. And then that would be brought to the property line and then extended into the footprint of the park. And as we build ourselves up from underground to the surface level, we would also complete the rough grading for the site. So basically clearing and all debris and material and providing kind of a smooth working surface to be able to facilitate construction if and when that were to occur.
That's great. Yeah, I think those are all my questions. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Stevenson?
Great, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. So I have quite a few questions. I apologize, but I really appreciate you helping me work through this process. So just to start off, just a quick question around the Municipal Sustainability Initiative, those funds. Are those, is it a spend it or lose it scenario at this point with those?
No, generally MSI can be carried forward, although I would say that repeated non-spending of it does probably cause the government of Alberta to look at whether it's required. So it could have a knock-on impact in future allocations.
Great. And is there a matching requirement with those funds? Like I noticed all of the project breakdowns had some of the MSI, but then always a bit of the pay-as-you-go. Is that a requirement, or can we use 100% MSI funding for projects?
So there's no matching requirement for MSI. Often when you see a small amount of pay-as-you-go, it is for is the expenditures on the project that are not eligible for MSI.
Okay, so if we couldn't necessarily reallocate MSI to all of that pay-as-you-go because some of it is just not eligible.
That's correct.
Great, thank you. That's an excellent clarification. So when I was going through the new profiles requesting the pre-approval, yeah, it brought up a number of questions for me just around how we are prioritizing our capital projects. So maybe just as a well, yeah, and something I noticed, so for me, sort of improving greenhouse gas emissions or, dealing with really critical maintenance issues are obvious reasons why projects would be prioritized. And I just found that there were some inconsistencies with individual projects about whether they had that information about the building condition assessment and the GHG implications. But maybe just to start off a bit more high level before I get into some of the specific projects, I'm also curious that ranking process, to what extent has priority-based budgeting already been incorporated? And I guess my concern about that pre-approval for our next capital budget cycle is if these projects haven't been through that prioritization, like the priority-based budgeting process, looking at city plan, I'm just worried that we're pre-committing to projects that might ultimately not be priorities if we look more holistically.
So I would say that while we haven't used the priority-based budgeting methodology that we're using right now on the capital side, the process of prioritization has always been more mature on the capital side. And each time we bring forward a 4-year budget, there's criteria that are looked at in terms of how we prioritize the capital. And that criteria has changed over the years from cycle to cycle, and I'll maybe pass it to Adam if he wants to add anything else.
The thing I would add is that there are two streams of projects. There's renewal projects and there's growth projects. And we try to apply the criteria for both, but when it comes to renewal, the driver is really condition, state of condition of the infrastructure that drives prioritization of, and I think the ones that you're queuing on are the facility renewals that we have identified. So those would be driven by condition, and then as we develop the scope of the project, we bring in components to support other improvements like energy transition strategy and the opportunity to make improvements in that regard, accessibility improvements, so latest code. So renewal is a bit different in that the primary driver or the primary filter is condition of the infrastructure. Then we move into incorporating those other elements.
Great. Well, yeah, building on that, then I guess I don't believe that the condition rating for the convention center and EPS headquarters were provided. So I was just wondering if we could get information on those ratings.
Well, we typically don't provide condition ratings. This is essentially outputs from the RIMS model, the Risk Infrastructure Management System, which is a model that we use that identifies condition improvements that are made, and then the subsequent investigations that follow are guided by that.
Okay, yeah, well, I would note, like, the Expo Reno, the Kinsman Reno, Latta Bridge, they did include condition, like, in terms of D and F ratings.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant the actual condition rating report.
no.
So if you needed supplemental information on sort of the element condition ratings, I think that's something we could provide. And sorry, which specifically were you looking for?
The convention center and police headquarters.
Okay,
And,
so
and
we,
if there was information on the GHG savings from Peter Hemingway, that was also not there.
okay, so we can work on that to see if we have that information, and in a subsequent round, we can provide that information.
Great, yes, I'll be back, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Wright?
Thank you very much, and thank you for all the documents, wading through it. I hope I haven't gotten into the weeds too much in some of the questions I'm going to ask. I'm just wondering, with our debt management policy, it shows that our interest rates have gone up slightly for this past year, and I'm just wondering what the impact would be of any further rate increases. So, like, how much debt, $1 million of debt, what would that do to sort of forecasted interest rate increases?
Okay, so I will address it this way. So with respect to debt, when we borrow, we lock in the rate for the entire duration. So you are exposed to fluctuation of interest rates only for debt that you are borrowing in the future. An increase, so right now the cost to borrow $100 million for 25 years is roughly $6 million. And that has increased slightly from rates that were, our indicative rate sheets are showing rates are increasing for our borrowings through the province.
Thank you.
Sorry,
That's what I
Stace, can you repeat that number again? 100 million?
To borrow $100 million for 25 years at current interest rates, the debt servicing cost annually is roughly $6 million.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Then my other question, and I might be flipping back and forth here, in the, attachment 1, it shows, it shows budget amounts for Valley Line South, West, and Yellowhead Trail, but that's not where my question was. My question was in regards to a project managed by Land Enterprise. Oh, sorry, yes, it's under Enterprises on attachment 1. I just wanted some more details on what that is. So that we've got the Blanchford redevelopment at $493 million and Land Enterprise at 101.
Councillor Wright, is your question on the attachment 1 in the SCBA, or are you looking at the capital financial update?
It's document number FCS 00830.
That's the capital financial update.
Okay.
Which we'll talk about on December 6th.
Okay, thank you. And I think I'll leave it there for now and let my colleagues continue.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I'll start with 50th Street grade separation and just want to confirm a few things. So obviously I understand this project is very complex and we want to get it right. And wondering if you could just speak to sort of the primary drivers of that cost increase?
Yes, thank you. So prior to implementation of the PDDM, there was applications, federal applications for this type of infrastructure improvement. So at a conceptual level, we had a design, an estimate, and a schedule, and that was the premise for the submission for the federal grant. And what you miss when you provide a conceptual level of estimate is that you don't have the same level of detail that you would, and trying to tie it back to the PDDM, that we would at checkpoint 3. So the submission was more or less at a checkpoint 1.5 or 2. And with that, your level of accuracy is much less. So as the design evolves, the land requirements become clearer, the utility requirements become clearer, the accommodation for CP rail becomes clearer. That led to the cost increase. So those are the primary drivers for the cost increase. And again, another example of if you don't have that level of detail, your accuracy level is significantly less than you'd want it to be.
Great, thank you. So I guess moving forward as we do sort of transition projects to be under PDDM, recognizing this is a legacy project, can we expect to see, I guess just not just timeline increases or benefits, but on the costing side and budget side, more accuracy?
For sure, but I will qualify that construction isn't an exact science.
Totally.
And there are things that you find will materialize when you get into, especially these complex projects where I listed sort of the different interfaces of complexity. And just going back to sort of how we measure ourselves, 80% on time, on budget are really good when it comes to capital programs. So I think there's still that variation of 20% just based on the complexities of projects, but yes, greater accuracy when you use PDDM.
Great, yeah, and absolutely recognize that the vast majority of projects are on time and on budget, and I think that that's absolutely commendable, and I think we need to tell that story. And then I would also ask, so my understanding is that work is really already underway when it comes to 50th Street grade separation, so land acquisitions, utility locations, utility work is already underway, and about 15 million has already been committed, is that correct?
The specific number, I'd have to get Mr. Malifsta to help, but yes, significant work is underway.
Okay, great. And in terms of committed funding from other levels of government, combined provincial and federal, around 70 million is what I've read correctly, yeah?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I think that's it for me. And at least on that project. With my remaining 2 minutes here, I also had some questions around a very specific item, which is the parking control technology. And I am getting into the weeds here. But I did notice that this project was quite delayed. And it is on budget, though, of course. And it's about to be finished. But I'm just wondering what learnings can we take away from this? Because I'm looking ahead to the public parking action plan, and I am assuming that that's going to necessitate similar types of work. Can you just speak to that a little bit?
Mr. Sebrick.
Thank you.
Councillor, I think with this project, it was an evolution in a new technology. We had initially partnered with the Calgary Parking Authority to develop the implementation of this system. And over the course of time, I think one of the big learnings was the stakeholder engagement. As we implemented the base technology of the parking stations, that was very straightforward. Where the complexities came in was when we actually applied the license plate recognition, and that added a degree of complexity when we tried to integrate that with the program we had to facilitate accessible parking stalls, because in Edmonton we had a program which provided accessible parking for disabled placard holders, and Calgary didn't. So we were trying to factor that into how we would go about still having the license plate recognition process, but still allow that support for the accessible community. So we've got that nailed down, and then over the course of doing that work, what ended up happening was the province asked us in terms of privacy assessment impacts. We weren't permitted to use Calgary, so we had to go and do our own, which has delayed the process a bit.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back for a second round.
I have a point of order question.
Yeah.
Because I had actually the same question, but that was under my capital financial update, and you just, Mr. Loughlin, you just mentioned that will be on December 6th. So was that kind of like a December 6th discussion, or is that okay for now?
So if there is an item within the SCBA that references a profile,
Okay, got it.
then permitted questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's more generally related to performance, as Councillor Wright was asking about, I think our preference would be on December 6th.
Okay, thank you.
And you can ask those questions, and they can tell you whether they can give you the answer at this time or not, but don't hesitate to ask any question on any capital items that is in front of us, or in general that you may have, because, we want to get a good understanding.
Okay, that's helpful.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah. Sorry, thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you. I just have a few questions here. And I think I know what you're going to say on this, but I was, we did hear a lot about festival impacts with the Horlock Park renovations. And I was hoping you could talk about how your planning approach to Horlock Park, how you decided to go that route.
Thanks, and I'll start by saying, for all of our infrastructure projects, we don't want to be sort of the bearer of bad news, but we inevitably are. These projects are complex, and what some of the comments that were made during the public hearing related to small utility improvements, et cetera, is maybe not as accurate as what the scope entails. The park, and Ms. Ladouceur can provide more specifics, but we're doing full utility improvements to the park, which is just under 10 kilometers of utility improvements, and these aren't shallow utilities; these are deep utilities. So, from a space perspective, we are. It is very disruptive in terms of the repair. And the comparable I would draw is the work that we undertook on Fort Edmonton Park, where it was a very similar approach in full utility replacement, and through working with the folks at the Fort Edmonton Park and the board of the Fort Edmonton Park, it became clearer and clearer that partial closure was going to be more disruptive than a full closure, almost the get in and get it done. So it is not without concern, obviously. We don't like to sort of move to the relocation for construction, but we feel like this is the best solution. If we were to phase this, we would be adding probably 5 years and likely a 20% premium to the project.
That's helpful, because those are trade-offs, right? Like, there's no good, from experience, there's really no perfect answer here. It's about, do you get in, get it done, or do you sort of drag it out over a longer period of time? And I'm glad you brought up Fort Edmonton, because that was, I was on site for some events during that time, and it was very disruptive. So that gives me really good context. But there is concern, and I guess I don't want to drill too much on the Horlock Park thing, but there's also some concern about, the users of that park, and the events that have already been disrupted by COVID, and they're now going to be disrupted by the construction. So I imagine Mr. Smythe has some relationship management that he's working on. But I guess, what would be helpful for me, Mr. Loughlin, is to hear how your team is also working to minimize the amount of time that the park is out of commission, because it is beloved. And I don't have to tell your folks that it's beloved space, so people will be anxious to get back in there. Sort of what sort of changes are you making to your practices so that we can get the park back operational quicker than perhaps normal?
So and Ms. Ladouceur can add to this, but for this project, we're getting earlier contractor involvement to inform the method. And so some of the decision-making that has gone into this is actually informed by advice from contractors around the ability to do the work in this way. So that is certainly helping. And then, again, the project through PDDM is giving us greater certainty on the project scope, schedule, budget, and also the risks that could materialize with this type of project and the mitigations, planning for the mitigations to accommodate. And I'll just see if Ms. Ladouceur wants to add to that.
Well, thank you, Adam. The only thing I would add is that with the help of the contractor, we're also learning about how we can look at ensuring that the landscaping elements are given enough time to grow and be utilized for the festivals as soon as possible. But there could be some differences between opening it to users and opening it to festivals. And so we will be working towards that as well to ensure that what we're doing is for the next 50 years and really supports the use, the long-term use, and all those elements are in place.
Great. That's my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Principe.
Hi. One of my questions is the Blatchford Fire Hall. Right now, which fire hall is servicing the area? Are you aware?
Sorry, I'm not. I don't know if Mr. Smythe can help with that, but the project is actually a bit related to it is related to the Yellowhead Trail project, in that the fire station that's currently at 127th Street as part of the 127th Street improvements, it will need to be moved, and the location for the move is identified as the Blatchford site.
Okay, so that's a movement of a fire hall.
That's correct.
I believe it's fire hall number 8.
All right, but that's just the movement of a fire hall?
Yes,
then?
yes.
Okay.
So,
okay.
The specific service to Blatchford, I'm not sure. I imagine our Chief Satilny can provide, which halls that's out of, but this project is related to a move, yes.
Okay, that's good. I also wanted to ask about the Heritage Valley District Park. I noticed that one of the improvements is an irrigation system. And I'm just, wondering if that's really necessary. I mean, the city, we often encourage people not to water their grass. So I was just wondering if that is something that we really think is necessary.
We do, and the reason we do is the sod, the grass, especially on the district parks, are the predominant asset that we're keeping, maintaining, ensuring that it's in a good state of repair. And so for large parks like that, the irrigation systems ensure that asset doesn't deteriorate to the point of replacement. And if you recall, in an earlier presentation, we had sort of the approach to asset management where you could run to fail and then rebuild. The irrigation system is intended to help with the ongoing usability of the infrastructure and ensuring that we're not into a cycle of run it until it fails and then replace.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for that. On the last item that Councillor Principe referenced, is there the ability to go with higher native species or other alternatives to sod?
Sorry, I said sod, and we use a combination of sod or seed. And in terms of naturalization, Mr.
Adam, can you speak up a bit?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
In terms of the use of my language, it's a combination of sod and seed, so it's both and. But in terms of naturalization, Mr. Sebrick probably can speak to that a little bit more. There are areas where we're looking at more sort of naturalization approach, but in park settings, we typically don't do that. And I'll just see if Mr. Sebrick
Oh, I
wants that.
see. Okay. Yeah.
So Adam covered it off quite well, and there are some opportunities for naturalization, and there are those that are contained in the Blatchford project. And as part of the work coming forward in 2022, we are updating the overall naturalization plan for the city. It's quite dated, so we did speak with council last summer in terms of how we build that program so that it complements work such as the Blatchford and other capital projects. So that will be coming forward in 2022.
Mm-hmm. One very high level question before I've got a number of specifics, but one question is sort of around the what's not here, what's missing. And I know for many of us, we've talked a lot about active transportation and how the walkability, bikeability, access is a key priority for this council. And it's something many of us heard loud and clear about during the election. We heard about during COVID, about people wanting to get active and get outside and get on pathways. And I was wondering where there's the opportunity to add or move up any prior contemplation, or if there's work that could be added here to help sort of prepare the soil, so to speak, for next steps. I realize every year we do planning, it's another year that we don't have enjoyment. So just trying to think about some of those high impact initiatives aligned with city plan, aligned with our bike plan, et cetera, that could be considered.
So I would say first that through the neighborhood renewal program, it happens on a regular basis in terms of improving active transportation options. So that is built in. In terms of sort of standalone projects, there isn't anything currently planned, and I think that's where I would encourage a consideration in 23 to 26.
Councillor Jans will be bringing forward the bike plan in Q1 to Urban Planning Committee, and that will set the stage for funding envelope for 23 to 26.
Right. I guess what's hard is if I'm being asked to allocate money towards, say, for instance, Expo, that's money that won't be available to go towards these other projects.
So the funding that's allocated towards Expo is renewal funding. So it depends how you look at the asset that you're considering. Typically, council has been clear around the allocation of renewal funding for renewal and growth funding for growth projects. So if it's expansion, that's considered growth. And so council could always direct, but it would be deviating from the principle of investing in the infrastructure that you have and maintaining the infrastructure you have.
Yeah, bad example, but that's something I think offline I'm looking for in this budget, different initiatives now that we can start that will align with our goals in the next 2023 cycle. Getting a little more specific. Well, let's start with Expo then. I'm interested in how much of this is urgent, how much of this is expansion, how much of this is renewal, and as well. Yeah, maybe I'll start there.
So predominance is renewal. As part of renewal, where there are opportunities to improve from a energy efficiency perspective or from a code perspective, we do that. And Ms. Ladisor can provide specifics in terms of what that is, but the predominance is renewal.
Thank you. Thank you, Adam. Yeah, so the vast predominance of the project is renewal. We are focusing on the halls that were built in the 1980s. And so it is about getting into the bones of these buildings, mechanical, electrical systems, structural elements, replacing interior finishes that would allow the building to continue to operate and offer the services that they currently do. When it comes to the improvements related to the energy efficiency, we're really owning on the fact that we are replacing a lot of the mechanical equipment, and so moving to systems that have better efficiency and that could support moving to an emissions neutral facility with additional improvements. We are also including a solar photovoltaic array that will be that is funded by the Energy Transition Strategy funding that was approved in the 19 to 22. And so $5 million approximately of that is integrated into the rehabilitation project to fund a solar array on the Expo Center.
Thank you, Councillor Jens.
So just Mr.
Councillor
Mayor,
Cartmel, sorry.
so just, we're just refreshing the screen. So right now, we've got some people that are logging in. I can see the speakers list. Next on the
Yeah.
queue is actually Councillor Rutherford.
Was
Then
the
Councillor
Councillor Rutherford?
Councillor Rutherford is on the first round, then Councillor
Okay.
Cartmel, then Councillor Tang, and then Councillor Rice. So if we
Okay.
could just maybe refresh or refrain from clicking in for second round, we're just going to refresh the system and then we'll get the clock back up on the screen.
So everyone who has clicked in for second round, if they can unclick.
We
right?
could just leave it as is,
Oh,
and
that
if we
is?
go to
Okay.
Councillor Rutherford, we'll
Okay.
reset the system.
Good,
Thank
okay.
you.
Councillor Rutherford, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you provide a little bit more context on the neighborhood renewal program funding adjustment of $54.2 million? It mentions in this report that that $54.2 million was sent to other standalone capital profiles for 2023 and is now being brought back. So can I just get a little bit more context on that, please?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Rutherford. Yeah, so it's I'll try to explain this in the easiest way possible, and you can ask some follow-up questions if you need to. But it's how we manage our neighborhood renewal program. So once we reach a specific checkpoint, we'll pull it out to after checkpoint 3, we'll pull it out into its own standalone profile. So we had done that in previous supplemental capital budget adjustments. And what we did was we pushed out the funding with them into 23 and 26, whereas we usually want to fund those projects with the neighborhood renewal funding that's available in that next cycle. We want to leave the funding in this cycle for the projects within the neighborhood renewal composite. So all we're doing is we're just pulling back the funding that should have remained in the 2019 to 2022 cycle. And we're leaving the expenditures that should be in 23 to 26, in 23 and 26, funded with the neighborhood renewal funds in that next cycle. So it's just adjusting the cash flows to match the expenditures and the funding.
So if we're adjusting those cash flows, what changes did that make in this current 2022 budget and the 2023 budget? Is the neighborhood, because the neighborhood renewal one, the cost didn't increase for 2023.
No.
I can understand that, but I guess I'm wondering what change did that make to 2022 that was required?
No program change, so the initiatives that were planned as part of 19 to 22 remain the same. This is really, as Mr. Rice said, a cash flowing exercise between the two budget cycles. So there are no changes in terms of program.
Can you give me an example of some of the standalone? So we were talking about, like, let's say Inglewood. Was that a standalone profile in which you were speaking of?
Yes, so typically what happens with the neighborhood renewal program is that it's in a pot of money. And as you get to greater clarity on scope, schedule, and budget, we create standalones for those specific neighborhoods. So $140 million per year is allocated to the neighborhood renewal program holistically. As you advance designs, you get to the ability to create standalone capital profiles for those specific neighborhoods. So Inglewood would have been a project where it would have started from a design perspective out of that larger bucket of money, and then as it got to more greater clarity on scope, schedule, and budget, a standalone would have been created for Inglewood in which we would measure against that.
Thank you for that. And another question I have, how much revenue or how much difference is it between the standard light fixtures and the upgraded light fixtures? I know right now that's a cost that goes through a process and then property owners vote on it, but I'm just wanting to know the costing difference that we tax levy on that.
It varies depending on the upgrade to the light fixture. But I don't have the most recent numbers in front of me, but I can get them and get back to you at a later round.
So there's different levels of upgrades?
You can choose a different streetlight, and depending on the choice of streetlight by neighborhood, that changes the cost. And I'm not sure if Mr. Sebrick has more information on that.
And I'm sorry, I can't see the time, so I have no idea where I'm at.
I have no clock to follow.
So, I'll just add.
Just want to confirm, is your question related to the decorative street lighting that's part of the neighborhood renewal program? So, I'm just looking if Mr. Walbaum is on the call and if he could provide sort of order of magnitude differences between the regular street light and the decorative street light.
Thanks, Adam. Yeah, what I will say is we can look old numbers, Councillor Rutherford, in terms of that annual cost difference for residents who choose to upgrade. So foundationally, the main streetlight infrastructure goes in everywhere, no cost to citizens as part of the neighborhood program, and it's really incremental. I think old numbers, if I recall, can be as low as $15 to $20 monthly on residents' charges. So compared to the main cost, it's a small percentage difference, but it's an added feature, and so that's why we typically would ask if people would like to upgrade or not right now, and that's in our current policy, neighborhood policy. Right
My last question, there's no legislative requirement to do the process that we have currently with the enhanced light fixtures.
There isn't.
No, it's in city policy right now that was approved by previous councils.
Okay, thank you.
And it's still community choice. So
right.
Communities would have to go through an expression of interest and then a local improvement process.
Thank you,
Yes, thank you.
Councillor Rutherford and Councillor Tang. I know, I lost the list again. I'll go to, I know Councillor Cartmel was on the list, but I lost his name. Councillor Cartmel, are you ready to go next?
I am, yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So first of all, maybe just returning to Expo Center, those upgrades, and I think Ms. Ladisser indicated this, are for the older halls, correct? What we used to call the Agricom, the 1983 halls.
Yes, that's correct, Councillor.
Right, and in 2007, 2008, when the Expo Center was built, there was a contemporary energy plant built there. But those original halls are still operating on their old 30 to 40-year-old mechanical systems, the rooftop units, the old electrical systems, that kind of a thing, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this directly, but that is fundamentally a trade and exposition center. And we use that, or more correctly, Explore Edmonton uses that building to attract economic activity through trade shows and exhibitions to that center. But those shows are now actually looking for buildings that are energy efficient, that are speaking to, the photovoltaic that you spoke of, Ms. Ladisser. They're looking to see these energy efficiency, more contemporary approaches. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, Councillor. We've heard that from Explore Edmonton, that it's really important for the investment attraction to our city.
So if we're going to maximize the footprint of this 600,000 square foot building, we really need to bring those halls up to contemporary standards so that we can attract the biggest and best of those shows to our city.
That's correct.
That's fair to say.
I would add to that, Councillor Cartmel, that we actually have policy from council when we go in to do renewal, that we need to consider these elements as part of the energy transition strategy and the sustainable building policy.
Right, and there's no better way to test that theory and to use Edmonton as a test bench than to put solar panels on a 600,000 square foot roof and be able to do that. But we also have heard from through Mr. Sir, I believe it was on Monday, Paul Sir from Basketball Alberta, that this building is also being used, when it's not being used for trade and exposition, it's being used essentially as a pseudo recreation center for the Northeast. And these building upgrades will allow that building to continue in that way. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
So we have a couple of linked things, I might say, that we're making improvements to the building, but we might also need to consider what that means when we're talking about funding the programs that would make use of that building. So we maybe talk about that during operating. I want to switch to Hawrelak Park for a moment. We've heard that the park needs 3 years of construction activity. And the phased approach doesn't work, and we heard the Fort Edmonton analogy. So that makes perfect sense to me. My question, though, is there an opportunity for phased release or phased reactivation of the park? So, for instance, could we find a way to open the big spaces that most of the festivals use earlier than we might release, you know, the final touches or the road at the west end or something like that. Is there an opportunity for that?
I'll start and Pascal can add, but I think we're challenged with that, Councillor Cartmel. I think it's something we can continue to look at, and the reason we're challenged with that is because of the continuity of the utility upgrades. So utilities replaced, say, on the, got to get my bearings right here, north side of the site. You know, if we get those done, we have to consider the impacts associated with where they drain to, so that we're not creating issues for temporary drainage or interim drainage or interim utility use. So I think it's something we could look at in terms of space being created, but I think our initial indication is that because of the state of repairs, and I just mentioned utilities, there is also significant road work that's required as part of this project as well. In addition, there's washroom facilities. So this is a significant infrastructure overhaul. So something we can continue to look at, but at this point in time, I'd say we're challenged to be able to do that.
So I would, maybe as part of that, and I understand you're challenged in doing that, but I'm going to suggest maybe we're going to challenge you to look at those solutions, and perhaps, you know, a bit of a shift that would say, start the work at the end of one of the summer seasons. So say ending, you know, starting doing demolition at the end of September, and try to only lose 2 of the summer seasons and try to, you know, be open for that 3rd summer season that would follow. If we can look at some phasing and phased release and staging in that way, while still doing a complete shutdown to get our cost efficiency, perhaps we can challenge you to try to find those solutions.
We can continue to look at it, and always up for a challenge. I just think there's a practicality of accommodation and reliable accommodation. We'd hate to put folks in a situation where they're planning, and from discussions with our events folks, it's tough to plan for these areas in advance, and just don't want to put them in a situation where you know, there's something that we commit to that I would say right at this point in time, Councillor Cartmel, I'm not confident that we can do that. That puts them in a situation where it's difficult for them to accommodate their events in the future years based on a chance of providing that space. But
yeah, we don't want to set false expectations. I understand.
Yeah, we'll continue to look at the opportunity for phased release. But again, based on the information we have right now, I think our recommendation is an appropriate one based on the infrastructure repairs that are needed.
Good. Oh, Councillor Cartmel, you're 1 minute and 20 seconds over your time. So next round you'll get only 3.5 minutes. Sorry, Councillor Tang.
Well, part of that was on me, Mr. Mayor. So.
Yeah. So I can't cut your time off. Andre can, but I can't. Councillor Tang.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Pabry, I think I just need you to walk me through one more time a bit of the cash flow with the capital budget. So I apologize if this is a bit repetitive. So the previous council approved 11 billion for 19 to 22 based on needs and based on projects in the pipeline. And each year there's an assigned cash flow value that if we don't spend it gets rolled over. Can you just walk me through that one more time, please?
Yeah, so the 11 billion that's currently approved, I would say the majority of that comes from the 19 to 2022 cycle, but some of that can actually predate approvals of projects that were in the previous to that cycle for which they're not yet completed. And the 11 billion, so that's, if you add up all of the profiles and projects that are currently approved to date, you get 11 billion. Of that, 7.5 billion are scheduled, are cash flowed to be completed in the 2019 to 2022 period. Each year, we look at what has been completed and we roll forward any unspent money to the following year.
And then I guess another higher level question for PDDM, and just remind me, to date, we don't have a project that has gone through to checkpoint 5 and to completion.
We have,
Oh, okay.
yes, smaller scale projects. I'll ask the team to help me if there's any larger scale projects. But yes, I would actually say Lewis Farms, we haven't got there, but that is the first project that has
Right.
started down this PDDM path. So, but there have been a number of projects that have been completed using the PDDM.
But if that one gets passed through, it'd be the first major, major
correct.
project. Okay.
And in saying that, I know Coronation is a decision council
Yeah.
has to make. That one was started PDDM, but
Right.
we were able to incorporate it into that process based on where it was at.
Right. And I have some questions about the acceptable tolerance, and I know this is a bit from the capital financial update. Can I ask it now?
Sure.
Okay. I think it did say somewhere 26 of the 27 profiles are within acceptable tolerance. What's that outstanding?
Maybe that's a December 6th question,
Okay,
so that I
alright,
can,
that's
thanks for the
fair.
heads up, though.
No, fair. So on value line, for example, I think it's that it was 0% delayed, when it in fact is much longer, even though it's in the yellow acceptable range, and I think I was just kind of confused by that.
Yeah, and part of this is the degrees of tolerance, so to speak. So that's
20% is the
20%,
tolerance, right?
yeah. So
But it feels like more than 20%.
it does,
Yeah.
but then it's a multi-year project that is late by a year at that point in time. And again, the quarterly financial reporting is, I believe, for Q3, so that would have been at the end of August. So we measure on the basis of performance at a point in time. But, with some of these larger, longer year projects, they can still be defined within the tolerance, even though they're multiple months late. And it's just because of the duration of the project, because it's measured as a percentage, not as a sort of a absolute value.
But then in the reporting, it just gets reflected as 0% delayed.
It's actually reflected as greater than 0%
Oh,
delayed.
right. So it's just, okay, gotcha. It's greater than. I'll come back for the second round. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Rice. Oh, not Mr. Rice, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Look at my name there. Thank you for all the information and this process to support us to make proper decision. So I want to thank you first. I have a few questions here. The first question, so I did read all the reports and also some public available information as well, and then did my own research and analysis. Looking back and from 2021 and 2022, so I noticed the expenditure increase rate. So what does that mean? And then if you look at it, 2021-22 budget improve, and our total expenditure is $7.4 million, and then after adjustment, and it becomes 7.5, and so for this proposal adjustment, so the increase in total compared to original approved budget is $121 million for 2021 and 2022. And so if you look at the total proposed budget increase is $1.3 billion increase. So my question is about why the increased trade and is keep going greater and bigger, and what's the impact on our tax rate and also our debt, and because of that increase as well.
Okay, so let me start with, as we move through the capital cycle and you approve more projects, the numbers go higher. And then when we're completed projects, they're no longer part of the capital budget. So in this particular budget, you are approving a net increase in funding of $216 million. Some of that funding is, so that is the net increase of additional funding allocated to the budget. You're approving a greater amount, but some of that is shifts in funding. When we approve capital budgets, the source of funding for capital budgets comes from federal grants, provincial grants, and pay-as-you-go. And pay-as-you-go is comprised of the operating dollars that are held in the base budget on the operating side and then transferred to capital, plus the earnings from investments. That entire pool of funding makes up the capital funding pool, or makes up all of the funding. We call pay-as-you-go and investment earnings, pay-as-you-go and MSI, provincial funding, the corporate funding pool. But when you put together federal money, provincial money, pay-as-you-go and investment earnings, that gives you the amount of money you can spend in the capital budget, and that is what you allocate through the capital budget process. If you stick to that funding, there's no tax levy increase. The tax levy increase will come from the use of debt as a funding source. So any project that you approve using debt as a funding source will have an impact on the operating budget for debt servicing.
Thank you for that information. This leading to my next question. I do understand from what I can see here, our planning spending on a year by year is get increase. I think this is a concern from public voice I heard. And then, so why our capital spending and every year we are planning to keep increase. And with that said, and I heard from your answer to another councillor's question about we are not in use priority-based budgeting methods and in the capital budgeting. So if my understanding is right, I heard is right. So can you provide more explanation why we're not use priority-based budgeting methodology and to budget our capital budget? And because this is a concern and our capital budgeting year by year increase bigger and bigger.
Okay, let me just describe what we mean by priority-based budgeting. When we talk about priority-based budgeting, that exact phrase, we're talking about a propriety-based budgeting methodology that we're employing going forward from this point in time. So we're shifting to that methodology, but we have always applied a priority methodology to how we view the capital budget and what we bring forward for approval. It's the prioritization method is shifting to a newer methodology, but we've always prioritized on the capital side.
Thank you. I think my time's out.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Yes.
Okay, so we've just deleting the screen here. Mr. Mayor, did you want to ask questions or are we moving on to second?
I think Councillor Wright hasn't had the chance yet. You had a first
round. We're on to the second round, but
okay.
if you're going to go, then we'll clear
Yes,
the list.
I do have some questions. If Councillor Tang, could you take the chair, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Just to follow up on Councillor Cartmel's questions related to his specifics were on the Northlands, but what I want to understand is the new profiles requesting new funding. So even though they are within the renewal profiles or their funding allocated, it's very difficult. I'm not questioning the business case or the need for those refurbishments and rehabilitations. What I want to understand is how do we prioritize those if we don't have the whole picture in front of us for all the rehabilitation needs for the next 4 years?
So from a renewal perspective, the approach at the beginning of the 4-year program is identifying a an amount of money, a pot of money, I don't like saying that, but it's an amount of money that's allocated on the basis of the RIMS modeling. So it considers all of our assets, condition, what should be allocated to ensure from a holistic perspective, we don't drop below a certain condition rating for all of our assets.
So, but I don't have I don't have the list of all the rehabilitation needs for the next 4 years. So giving approval to these specific projects puts them ahead of other projects.
So these projects, at the beginning of the 4-year budget, we would identify a list of projects that we would prioritize using that pot of money. Then as we work through the PDDM process and get greater detail, we're allocating funding from that pot of money for those specific projects once the scope has been more refined. So Expo Convention Center, Police Headquarters would have likely been identified early in the budget as these would be priorities. But because we don't have the specific details identified or the specific budget needs, at the start of the 4-year budget, that happens as you progress through the design. We get to a point where we can create more clarity and create a standalone. So when we say it's new money, it's actually money that's out of an existing pot of money that's been approved by council based on the broader renewal needs. From a priority perspective, these are identified as priority based on the condition rating, as I answered earlier to Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I just kind of I find it kind of against the principle of adjustments, because these are not adjustments, these are new profiles being put forward for approval for the next 4-year budget that we haven't had discussed yet.
From a renewal perspective, yes.
Yeah, from a renewal perspective, yeah, absolutely from a renewal perspective.
And the assumption that we're using here is that council won't deviate from the commitment to renew the infrastructure that has been programmed, or sorry, the renewal of infrastructure that's required to maintain it at a condition rating. When we get to the 23 to 26, as we assess the renewal priorities, we would identify these as the next priorities. So rather than phasing these projects, what we're suggesting is use the allocation that is likely to be provided out of 23 to 26, rather than splitting these projects up and creating inefficiencies in delivery.
Okay. I want to move to the CP rail crossing. The design work that has been undertaken from whether to build an underpass or change it to overpass. During that design, did we not flag any indications that this is going to cost much, much more than what was anticipated?
We did actually. In previous SCBAs, we flagged to council that this was an emerging item of a future budget increase needed. But because we were still mid-design, and to your point, whether over, under, we weren't confident on what that number would be, but we did flag for council in previous SCBAs that this was an emerging item and there would be a budget pressure on
What
this.
would be the estimated difference between underpass and overpass?
I'll see if Mr. Malifsta has specifics, but I would say price, maybe not significant, but risks, more significant in terms of the ability to work with CP Rail.
I definitely would like to understand that aspect better.
Sure.
And also, how much CP is contributing to this? And are we building, as we design this, are we building infrastructure that would solely help CP? And are they paying 100% cost of that? And I understand they committed $10 million earlier on when I was here. I vaguely remember that. I don't know how much they're contributing now to this project.
So if you can just finish with that, and your time is
I'm out of time, yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Sure. So I'm not sure if there was an original identification of contribution from CP. It may have been administration identifying the prospects of a contribution, what we think CP could contribute. What CP is contributing is, actually, I'm going to get Mr. Malifsta to help with that, specifically what they're contributing, because it is cost or cash, but it's also services in kind, because it's their railway and we need to work around it, so they're providing support for that. So I'll see if Jason has more specifics.
Briefly,
Thanks,
please.
Adam. I think one of the largest things that we're benefiting from CP at this point is the ability for them to be able to offer up some of their land to support the road and neighborhood connection underneath the structure that's being planned. So that piece of land is very vital to the success of making sure that we're able to maintain some of the business access and integration within the community on both sides of 50th Street to support the project. So that's probably one of the biggest things. And an underpass, just to point very briefly to that, is in order to build that, there was a significant amount of underground infrastructure to deal with drainage. And then also secondly, because of the proximity of the adjacent Lambda CP yard, which continues to operate and would continue to operate during construction, we would have to build a temporary track and structure around that site location to be able to accommodate that. So just going through some of the logistics with CP became very apparent that some of the risks and schedule and timelines associated with being able to build an underpass were very prohibitive from our ability to move that forward.
Thank you so much. And I don't know the exact time over, but I guess your next round get 3.5.
I'll get 30.
And
I'll
back
get
to
30
you,
seconds for
Mr.
the next round. So can you move the second round, Constance? Yes, sir.
We have Councillor Paquette still
Oh,
on
he
the first
hasn't had a
round.
chance. Okay, I'll take the chair back and go to Constable Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the record, I would have given you all the time you wanted. Okay, so to pick up on some of the conceptual stuff that the mayor was talking about, some folks might have in their minds some questions. I know I get this in my inbox all the time. Why aren't we building capital infrastructure far ahead of time, long before we need it, knowing that eventually we are going to need it? Wouldn't that save us money?
It potentially could save you money, but I think it would be money that you wouldn't actually have available for you to do that. So if we were to build every 4-lane road, every building early that accommodates everything, you just wouldn't have enough budget to do that. So you have to work with what you have, your existing infrastructure, and you have to take a phased approach. Otherwise, you wouldn't have available dollars for all of the priorities within the city.
Right, and then if growth doesn't happen as fast as you want, you're sort of on the hook for this infrastructure that you're paying operational costs on that
correct
isn't being utilized. Yeah, and that's a tough one sometimes to explain to the public, because they're like, well, why wasn't this just built with 4 lanes right out of the gate? And it's because we weren't going to be using it. Now the thing is, now the next obvious question that is what happens though if we know that there's an infrastructure need, like we do in many of these projects before us, but we allow it to lag? There's a risk and cost associated to that as well, isn't there?
On the renewal side, absolutely.
Yeah.
On the renewal side, absolutely, because just hearkening back to one of the earlier presentations, you can take a run-to-fail approach, or you could take a strategic renewal investment approach. And if you take a run-to-fail approach, it's certainly much more disruptive.
And we spent decades digging out of that kind of approach, didn't we?
Yeah, we're still
still digging,
still working through sort of the good state of repair. But we're in a good spot. I applaud previous councils for their commitment to renewal, because the infrastructure is we're getting there from a condition rating perspective.
Yeah, I mean, basically, I was in the council that was on the tail end of the future generations that had to pay for the 0% taxes of decades ago. Okay, so also, you don't a very simple thing to do would be to overestimate costs and timelines, and then the public would always be happy because every project would be under budget and under time. So, but there's a reason we don't do that, isn't there?
Councillor Paquette, you're correct, we could do that. We wouldn't see that as a good use of taxpayers' dollars, nor would we see that as transparent.
Exactly. Yeah. So we have these estimates, and unfortunately, the impression of the public is that this is written in stone, that this is going to be the budget, this is going to be the timeline. But the thing that we don't communicate is that also it's very variable because we are giving you the best information we have at the time. And maybe we can start talking about that, all of us in the future. And on a tangent. Okay, so my next question is, in the upcoming 4-year budget, I'm just curious if some of these projects, these renewal projects, if as we go forward, we're actually going to have maybe a climate budget attached to that as well. So the cost of not doing this renewal, for example, versus what we get out of doing the renewal.
Councillor Paquette, Ms. McCabe here, I'd say probably not to that level of detail in terms of the cost of not doing it, but I do believe Harm wants to add to that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think all I would add to that is that we do have a carbon accounting framework that we're working on developing for our 23 to 26 budget. And as a part of that, all of our capital investment decisions will have an update towards how they're achieving our progress towards reaching our GHG targets. So it might not be so much as if we're not doing this, what would the impact be, but if we're investing, how is that helping us reach our greenhouse emission targets?
Right. Okay. Well, that's helpful because in all of this conversation, the climate impact of not doing this is actually pretty high in my mind. But I guess if we look to the benefits, that can help at that amount of time. Thank you.
And if I may add, there's a report coming forward in Q1 or Q2 on the city plan implementation. And you'll note in the plan itself, it's got targets set out to the end of the plan. So we're going to be bringing forward to council a report that outlines interim targets, and that'll be the conversation for council to have in terms of how fast would you like to implement each of those targets, which would impact that one associated with greenhouse gas reductions. Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Can you move the second round, please, Councillor Paquette?
Happy to. I'll move the second round.
Second.
And second by Councillor Salvador. Please vote.
If I may speak to it? No, just kidding. Go ahead.
Can we please vote on the second round of questions?
In favor, I can't buzz in for some reason.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. That is carried. Okay, I'll go back to my
We're just loading the speakers list back up.
Okay. Here we go. Councillor Wright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. My questions, I just want to understand, I guess, the impact on Edmontonians of some of these projects that are, I guess, gone over budget. For instance, with the Coronation Park Sports Center, I understand there's an economic impact as well from having it available for sporting events and that, and I was just wondering if I could get some details on that. How much of a...
Councilor, we can certainly provide you what we have. I don't think we've done an economic impact, so to speak, in terms of which kind of events bring which kind of economic return to our city, but we can certainly provide to you and all of council information that we do have.
Okay, thank you. And then the other one is in regards to the 50th Street grade separation. Might not have this available either. I'm just wondering about traffic volumes in that area, not just on 50th Street, but 75th. Like, how many people are gonna be affected if this wouldn't go through, and how many, sort of lives would it help improve when it does?
I'll just see if some of my folks have, there was some of that information in the original business case that was submitted, and I'll just see if any of our folks have some of that information at hand, at minimum, sort of vehicle impact, so to speak.
Yeah.
I'll see if Pascal or Jason, Jason's clicking on.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. I think our latest traffic counts are in and around 35 to 36,000 vehicles a day on 50th Street.
And was there any assessment done on like 75th or 34th Street? Because everybody, can take any of those north-south routes?
I'd have to pull those up. I don't have those specifically. The only other stat I have is I think it's around 2,500 trucks a day on 50th Street. And I think on average, I believe that train crossing is blocked approximately 4 hours a day, just based on the constant shunting of traffic and the train building that happens across that crossing. But I will work to find 75th Street.
Okay. And then so that 4 hours a day, people are rerouting down 34th, 17th, 75th. Is that right? Or are they sitting there?
Or sitting there.
Thank you.
If I may just answer your question from the earlier round, because you had the question on, and we did note it was in the capital financial update, but if your question was what comprises the $101.6 million for real estate, it's 5 discrete profiles, and I can provide that list to all of council and point you to where to find it.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'll give my 1 minute and 50 seconds to whoever needs it.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a really brief question on 50th again. So we are in conversations with the federal government about trying to offset that increase. Do we have a timeline on that?
So not a definite timeline. I'd say it's ongoing negotiations, and they are progressing. The discussions are progressing, so working towards it as soon as we can.
Okay, thank you. And can you just speak briefly to the active transportation connections that are also included in this project?
Jason?
Sorry, just looking at traffic volumes. There is a multi-use trail and is included as well. We've included one even through the temporary detouring construction. So there is one that exists that will be in place during construction, and then there'll be one in place post-construction as well over the structure.
Okay. And then just jumping to the conversation that we're having around Hawrelak as well, I'm just curious if you can provide some details around, I guess, the alternative sites that we heard reference to from our speakers during the public hearing. We heard like Borden Park, racetrack at Exhibition Lands.
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Smythe to...
I can certainly start, Councillor. Certainly for the Heritage Festival, we've been working with that group quite a bit to look at the exhibition lands up at Northlands, the inside of the racetrack, but potentially expanding into other parts of that site as well, and then, as you say, into the park area. So trying to explore that as well. For free will players, certainly the amphitheater stage at Louise McKinney is a site we've been exploring with them. So certainly our event staff are working extensively with the groups that will be impacted. Certainly the larger events down there, obviously more challenging to find a site that's going to be suitable, but we're certainly doing everything we can to find what's going to work for all.
Okay, and I guess in terms of the suitability of the existing infrastructure at those sites, are we expecting to incur any additional costs to make sure it's suitable, or are they kind of ready to go?
So as part of the capital work that we're planning for Hawrelak, it does include some capital improvements that would be supported at these other sites to ease the transition.
Okay.
The degree and amount is sort of subject to confirming needs and appropriate investment, but I don't think it's all on. Certainly, it's not all on the events. We're stepping up to help with that.
Okay, thank you. And I also have a question about something that I didn't see, and that's around electric buses. So I'm just curious, we heard yesterday that, and correct me if I'm wrong, we have 964 buses right now in our fleet, and obviously I'm looking towards our energy transition, and we do have a priority of electrifying our fleet. My understanding is right now we have 40 and another 20 on the way. I don't see any sort of, capital profile for continuing that work. I'm assuming that's going to be part of conversations for our 2023, but no work in between now and then. I'm just struggling to see how we're going to really get to that scale of electrification.
So, yeah, certainly part of the 23 to 26 conversation. One of the limitations that we have, and Mr. Robar noted it yesterday, the availability of being able to fuel these buses are limited. So current opportunities are only at Kathleen Andrews Garage and Centennial. With that purchase, we basically consume all the sites that are available. So it's now to the next part of it, which is where do we make improvements to accommodate those fueling opportunities? And I'm using fuel as plugging in the bus. And then further to Mr. Robar's comment yesterday, I think we're looking at a both and from a hydrogen and electrical perspective, electric bus perspective. And that also requires that corresponding supporting infrastructure, which we need to ensure that we've got in place.
Okay.
Adam, if I may.
Please.
Sorry, Councillor Salvador. Just wanted to provide the fact that we do have an approved capital profile that was approved by the previous council to support all that work. And so there is a report coming early in 2022 that will inform on the strategies related to that infrastructure. But we do have a $6 million profile that was approved for the new transit garage.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Jans.
Thank you for this. I just want to go back to the Edmonton Expo Center rehab as well as the Edmonton Convention Center. Together, those two asks are an enormous amount of our cash tied up. So I'm just looking to get a little more information on, for both of them, what is urgent, and as well, what is the actual expected return on investment? I understand that they play an economic role in not just Edmonton but the region, but I'd be interested in learning more about that, and happy to receive a memo from administration to that effect if they don't have that available now.
I'll ask Ms. Ladouceur to sort of provide some of that information, but I think from an economic perspective, I think it's certainly what the facilities provide, but then it's also the potential impact costs associated with not completing the rehabilitation. In terms of a specific way to quantify that, it's pretty difficult because we're not sure when a particular component would fail, but Ms. Ladouceur could provide some of the other comments that you had related to what exactly is the work.
Thank you, Adam. To answer your questions related to the urgency, and so this is the work that we continuously do on our end to evaluate the building conditions and through assessments and using the data on maintenance and operations. And so all of the facilities that are flagged, in this case, Kinsman, the Convention Center, Expo, and the EPS headquarters are all 40 to 50-year-old facilities that require investment to ensure that they are maintained appropriately to allow for operations to continue. And so the urgency is being proactive and being able to ensure that those facilities will remain available to support the services that they render to Edmontonians. The majority of them are in the core components, mechanical, electrical, fire safety, life safety, all of these things that ensure that the building is safe and usable.
And in terms of the...
I think it speaks to the broader concern that Councillor Stevenson led with at the top, with concern over just priority-based budgeting and for example, the convention centers. I mean, is this a business that the city of Edmonton will continue to be in for the next 50 years? And if so, what does that look like? And just having some of those more strategic conversations, we haven't had a chance yet as a group.
And Councillor Jans, a lot of those conversations happened with the last council in terms of the conversations about EEDC. and the dissolving of EEDC, and then the focus on tourism through Explore Edmonton. And they have been very successful in operating the Expo Center. And that's what we've seen through the work that they've done, and that is part of their strategic direction. So we can work with Explore Edmonton to get you some additional information on this over the next 24 hours.
Thank you. And similarly with the Kinsman rehab, I was just wanting to look to confirmation that it would be able to remain open during the rehab, or if not, what alternatives have been considered?
So the rehabilitation of Kinsman will require like portions of the facility to be closed during the work. And we are always working with our colleagues in a community and rec facility to ensure that there will be alternative for users that are provided. And that's part of the work that we do around sequencing, not closing too many pools or arenas at the same time. That's at the program level, and we definitely continue to work with our colleagues there to ensure that the users will be provided with alternatives.
Thank you. And from a GBA Plus perspective, I had a constituent email me about the Kinsman saying there was only one gender neutral change room, I believe, like one stall. And this is not, I believe, congruent with our values. When we look at whether it's the Kinsman or the Exmo or the police headquarters or any other building that we're building, do we have a new standard around how we handle building inclusive spaces?
We do. So as part of the renewals, we apply the access design guidelines, and that includes provisions of gender neutral washrooms. And in many of our facilities, we either upgrade or add them to, and as part of the Kinsman, the washrooms are part of the project. And so we'll be looking at the gender neutrality opportunities there.
And with 5 seconds, can we get a bike lane on Latta Bridge? Out of time. Darn.
I'll just say I'm not sure we can. And it's replacing existing infrastructure. That footprint is pretty small to begin with, so challenge to do that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Stevenson.
Great, thanks, Babak. Excuse me. So yeah, maybe just following up from Councillor Jans's line of questioning as well. So again, I felt that there was very clear detail provided around some of the renewal projects about why they're priorities. And so I guess just following up on my first questions, do we have the condition rating report for the convention center and EPS?
Yes, go ahead, Pascal.
Right. Thank you, Adam. So all of the facilities that are in that group are all overall condition D, which is good, but have components that are in D and F, so marginal or very poor. And so the same logic kind of brought all of these facilities to be priorities. We have a program objective related to the renewal of our facility that looks at the components that are in D and F, and that will support then the prioritization of these facilities. And so in this case, you can see the same logic being applied to all of them. Overall condition is good, but we are focusing on the elements that require that renewal to maintain that good rating.
Just maybe a clarity. Good can be interpreted in different ways. They're in condition D, which is below our threshold related to the infrastructure strategy. So F is very concerning, and we could prioritize these for just the Fs, but Ds will become Fs, and if we're in a facility, we want to take advantage of the opportunity of being in the facility to correct those D concerns as well. Part of what you're or the questions have been is the allocation of funding from the future budget cycle. We could take approach to stage this where it's only out of 19 to 22 for the critical infrastructure investments. But as we get to the next budget cycle, these Ds will become Fs. And so we felt it more efficient to actually address this similar to other conversations. If we're in, address it. We've quantified that we could get an efficiency of anywhere between 10 to 20% by scoping out all the work rather than a portion and then coming back in 23 to 6 to portion out the other components.
Yeah, I really appreciate that logic, and I think just for me, what's missing is again, convention center and EPS just didn't have those specifics about the F rating.
So we can certainly provide some follow-up information that's comparable across them so that you can see that information.
Great, I appreciate that. And you know, the only other question I have around that idea of when we're doing these projects. So I know my understanding, the sustainable building policy, retrofits have a goal of achieving LEED Silver. Is that correct?
Go ahead, Pascal.
Thank you. So we have replaced the sustainable building policy with the climate resilience policy. And so we have upgraded our objectives. While LEED Silver remains an objective that we have to support so not renewals, but redevelopments. Like when we do an extensive renovation to a facility, we will still be looking at LEED Silver. But more now, we will be looking at emissions neutral or a pathway to emissions neutral. And that's what will be the objective for our renewals.
Okay, so the scope of work that are contemplated for these renovations, is that on an emissions neutral pathway? Like, is that standard being applied to these new projects and budgeted?
That's correct. And it's not immediate. That's the thing that Pascal and I were just talking about the other day, that, for example, in Expo, it's on the path, and it's on a path that requires future investments as part of a future renewal and opportunity.
Okay, that really helps. Thank you for the updated climate resiliency policy information, because I think that would be my only concern too, that in over the course of this next year, if we as a council change our aspirations around renewal, just wanting to make sure that we don't lock into a lower standard now that we may want to revisit. So sorry, just so I'm absolutely clear, the renovations, the renewals that are in this recommendation would contribute to net neutral building renovations.
Path towards it. And it's just, again, the limitations of size of the facilities, especially the two larger ones, and the degree of renewal that's being planned as part of this first stage, or sorry, not first stage, this profile.
Thank you. I'll be back again.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I still have a lot of questions as well, but one of them is, I know that we have the Peter Hemingway Fitness and Leisure Center Rehabilitation Phase 1, and that 10.5 million, that would be spent in 2022, and then we would be going to Phase 2 in the next capital budget cycle. Is that correct, or what does that look like?
So not spent in 2022, but initiated in 2022, and we did, unlike the other ones, we did stage this one because we were a bit uncertain around the future of the Coronation Rec Center work, and we didn't want to create a situation where stage 2 of these renewal investments conflict with potentially what could be built with Coronation Rec Center. So this is an example where we did stage. So stage 1 is starting in 2022. Completion, sorry, I don't have that in front of me, but it's a multi-year.
Because as of right now, Peter Hemingway is out of commission, correct?
Just ask for others, I believe it is. And
it is closed right now.
Yeah. Is there any cost savings in folding, if council chooses to move forward with Coronation, is there any cost savings to be found in having the Peter Hemingway Rehabilitation and the Coronation Rec Center combined? Is that possible, and does it save any money?
I don't believe so. I'll see if Jason wants to weigh in on this. Sorry, Mr. Malifsta wants to weigh in on this. I don't believe so because they are distinct buildings. The ultimate design or the ultimate completion of the rec center provides a breezeway connection between the two facilities, so they are unique facilities. But I'll see if Mr. Malifsta wants to weigh in on that.
No, that's exactly it. I don't have anything else to add.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And since we're talking about coordination, I'll just keep on my questions on coordination. In this report, it seems like administration did not make a recommendation, but rather provided two options for council's consideration. But I think for the benefit of a lot of the new council members here, and I would say the coverage it's getting in the media around the over budget of this coordination project. Could you please speak to some of the history around that build for budget versus build for program and where that extra $41 million cost is really coming from?
For sure, I'll start, and Mr. Melissa might want to add in. This project was started some time ago, and similar to a bit of the conversation we had yesterday, as projects are not advanced, inflation creeps into them. And so a significant part of the increase here is just directly tied to inflation. We did have a check-in with the previous council on approach on this project, and it was exactly what you said, which is should we build to budget or should we build to scope? We received clear direction from council that they wanted us to continue with the build to scope, and received specific direction to take it to the next stage, which is checkpoint 4, essentially tender ready, to confirm what that cost was. So that incorporated the inflation components and the fact that we're building based on council's direction. We're not building yet, but building to scope.
So again, for just sharing information, when we say that this budget was originally conceptualized in the 2014 to 2019 budget, right? So this would have been the $112 million originally allotted to this project was the budget in 2014.
Just confirm the exact date with Jason.
Yeah, so the estimate was first derived in 2014 to help support deliberations by council for 2015 to 18 capital budget. And at the time, it was estimated on the assumption that it would be built during that cycle. It was then put off till 19 to 22 because some of the partnership funding was at risk. So it was deferred till the 19 to 22. And that's why it's currently here today, 8 years after it was first estimated.
And if we can, and is my assumption correct that if we keep deferring it, we're going to have to spend more on redesign to get it tender ready and pay more for inflation if we keep punting this project?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to ask a little bit about work unforeseen, and I was looking at the Century Place, which I understand there's no financial impact this round because it's pulling from existing budget. But I was wondering, so generally, well, in this case, why was some of the work unforeseen? And generally, I mean, this is where the benefit of PDDM with so many checkpoints to anticipate. And I'm wondering what are some of the other lessons learned in general, as we know unforeseen work often cause delay or additional cost. And I'm wondering if there's a way to even anticipate even earlier as technology improves. And I don't know, I don't quite know what technology, but just as, society advances.
So in terms of the specifics on Century Place, I'd have to get others to help me here. But from a technology perspective, one of the most innovative things that I think we've seen on the facility side over the last few years is the building inventory management system. I might have it wrong, but essentially it's a bit of a 3D model of what you have in a facility or what you're planning to build in a facility, and it helps to work through some of those issues of, the utility line is here, therefore the wall can't go underneath it. So that's a technology that industry has been using, and we've been asking our industry to use more and more of. So that's an example of technology advancement. In terms of other opportunities, I think the sophistication around measuring performance of pavement and other surface infrastructure related to systems we use to measure, is there any, we call it segregation, where the pavement is starting to break apart. There's technology that we're using to help inform, true condition of the pavement versus a visual inspection. So there are advancements that help us predict sort of the risks that could materialize with these projects. But it goes back to basic project management function of quantifying the risk, identifying the risk, quantifying the severity and likelihood of that risk, and then ensuring that we provide the appropriate budget or schedule accommodation to protect against that. All overarching is that it's still not an exact science.
Right. I don't know if others want to jump in about the specifics of
Century Place.
Century Place.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. I was just going to add that from a lessons learned perspective, one of the key findings that we have is that initiating the projects with the contractors earlier on has been very useful and is something that we are now using regularly with our facility rehabs. And so we use construction management, which allows us to bring on the contractor early on to do some on-site, like opening the walls and really getting to the true condition of the asset. We are also looking at integrated project development, and that's what we're using, integrated project delivery, that's what we're using for Expo, with the contractor coming on board at the same time as the consultant. And the reality of facility renewal is that we'll always find something hidden behind the wall, and we're trying to get ahead of it before we actually set scope, scale, and budget of a project. And so those are the types of lessons learned that we've taken. So do more investigation upfront to better inform the delivery of the projects.
Yeah, and I think this just kind of jogs my memory of many of the conversations I've had on the campaign trail about, like, why couldn't we have anticipated this even better than what we're doing now? And I know that certainly teams are trying, and it's good to know that we're certainly leveraging technology as best as we can.
Just further to Pascal's comment, we've also got a learning, and West Jasper Place is an example of that. When we get into a certain vintage of building, when it was built, we're able, from those learnings, we're able to plan accordingly on the assumption that there is asbestos, that we do need to consider that we do need to build that into the schedule. So even with some of the projects that have been completed previously on the basis of just their age of the facility, there's enough indicators from previous projects that we can inform that with future projects. Very similar to Pascal's comment that earlier contractor involvement, it's almost history helping to inform some of those risks.
And that's all worked into the timeline. Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
I just wanted to comment, Councillor Jans and Councillor Stevenson both kind of discussed this, and that's what I wanted to, is about Expo and the Convention Center. Now, to me, they seem like they're fairly similar, maybe not infrastructure, but venues. They're meant to attract business and conventions, basically. So to be doing them at the same time, the rehabilitation, is it possible to prioritize one in this budget? And I mean, it won't be this council, but the council in 40 or 50 years is going to probably go through it, because they'll both come up at the same time again for rehabilitation then. And I understand the value of it, and I do realize they're both unique, but is it something we can consider to complete one now and then one in the future?
Again, I'll ask Pascal to add on to this, but I think based on the condition of some of these improvements that are needed, we would recommend that they both advance concurrently. Also noting that the size of the facilities do accommodate a bit of easier flexibility in terms of how we can stage these projects and still provide opportunities for Explore Edmonton to accommodate events and activities that would be coming, in addition to what Councillor Cartmel mentioned around the rec component. I think the concern we would have is if you stage one over the other, that you may get into some failure situations with some of these internal systems, which becomes more disruptive, because then they're not planning their event schedules from a proactive perspective. They're planning them from a reactive perspective, which makes it more challenging for them.
Right, and now, has the convention center been, it has not had any rehabilitation in the last 40 years?
It's a good question. I know it gets regular maintenance. I know that we've been in there with Explore Edmonton, sort of providing the regular maintenance, and there's been a couple of improvements that have happened. The convention center had a photovoltaic system put in place, but maybe Pascal can help if it's received rehab over the last 40 years.
Yes, thank you, Adam. So yeah, the convention center, as Adam was mentioning, has received regular maintenance along with some 15, 20-year interventions that would have been related to interior finishes. The glazing in this case was replaced, and some of the elements of the facilities that have shorter life cycle. With this 35 to 40 years old facility, we're now looking at the systems that have that kind of life cycle. And so it's the mechanical, the electrical, a lot of the civil work. We have a lot of concrete in that facility, for example. And so those are the pieces that are now coming up for renewal. And so as part of our process, we would be doing some kind of midlife improvements, if we can say, around that 20-year mark. Now at the 40-year mark, we are going into a more extensive to really ensure the continued service of that building.
Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is how much debt we have as to date and for the capital?
So all our debt is related to capital projects. Is your question, how much is the total debt for the city of Edmonton?
How much total debt for the city of Edmonton, and how much total debt and for the city of Edmonton regarding the capital project? Both number.
Okay, so total outstanding debt for the city of Edmonton projected at December 20, the end of this year, is $3.5 billion. $3.5 billion. That's correct.
Okay. So
all of that debt relates to capital because your debt management fiscal policy only allows for debt to be used for capital projects.
So how much debt repayment every year we have to pay from operating the budget?
Roughly $300 million a year.
$300 million a year. Okay. So by looking at the fact for the increase adjustments request compared to the original 2019 to 2022 approved budget, and so I understand, and then the variance is $1.3 million, and I know, and then the number is a little bit less right now because compared to that adjustment. So is that fair to say, compared to original approved budget, our increase partially because of the capital project overspending and schedule delayed and the scope changed?
Short answer would be no. The borrowing that happens, and Stacy and team do a phenomenal job, is strategic in how we borrow on the basis of project progression.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And then, so if that is the case, based on what we heard from public, can we, or should I say, can I challenge, let me thinking about when we do the budget to focus on the existing budget and with the limited date we have, and then instead of we keep invest in the new capital project, because the concern we heard, and then speak to myself at the door is about we have existing capital project not finished, and then we start some new capital project. That means we put some new investment and by borrow the money and to do. And how about just focus on what limited resources we have, and then to finish what the project we have right now. I just want to say if it is that possible, and then is there any place we can find some saving? And so that's my question. Thank you.
So in terms of not approving any more capital till the capital is finished, what you're in fact doing in these budgets is approving capital on the basis of existing funding sources. So if you don't approve capital, that funding will sit there unused. In the case of Government of Alberta funding and federal funding, I'd caution against not wanting to use that funding, or we will eventually get less of that funding because we're not seen as needing it. In terms of savings, I'll maybe just say that when we build budgets, we do our best to build in the most efficient and effective construction of the projects, and that's what is in the budget. So if you're asking, is there any more places to save money? My short answer would be no, but I'd pass it to Mr. Loughlin to expand.
I would maybe not expand, but just go in a bit of a different direction in that if the question is, could we scale back on the amount of new work? I think the challenge we have with that is that we have over 900 facilities in the city of Edmonton that require investment. And if we were to take a year-by-year approach, we would get into situations where they would be impacted. And that's just facilities. So then layer in the kilometers of road that we have in the neighborhoods we have. It would really put us in a position where we wouldn't be able to address those infrastructure needs. Certainly appreciate the significant number of infrastructure projects that are currently underway in the city of Edmonton, and the fatigue that can create. But that then kind of moves into we are a big city, and it does require significant investment to address the infrastructure needs that are existing based on existing infrastructure, but also provide the necessary improvements in order to have a great city. And that's pace and scale based on council's interest from a growth perspective.
Thank you very much for your questions. I think he's not taking my time, but I'm going next round.
No problem. Thank you.
May I just clarify one thing?
Yeah.
Just correction. So when I said that debt servicing is $300 million a year, that's for the entire City of Edmonton Corporation. 250-ish of that is tax-supported debt. The other 50 is self-liquidating, so it relates to the utilities.
So further clarification on that, the 250 million that's tax supported, does that include the Century Place LRT that is being funded through gas levy, their federal tax levy, which we borrowed against that, right?
The Century Park one?
Yeah.
Yes.
So that would include, so out of that 250, about 40 is
Some
actually
of the federal gas tax is used to pay that. That's correct. We call that self-supporting tax guaranteed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we are probably close to 210
That's correct.
million, not 300 million.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Yeah. Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thank you. I had one question for Mr. Loughlin that, I've heard you mention, I saw it in the capital report, and that is something that I wanted you to, I think, provide more information on, is what's the impact? You mentioned that there's building code changes coming at the federal and provincial level. So what's the impact of those code changes going forward that this council should keep in mind? I think Councillor Rutherford touched a little bit on it in her questioning.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton. Hi, August. So as codes change, as even council policies change, when you start a project, you use the current code, you use the current policies. And for some of these multi-year projects, they start on the premise of that code and that policy at that point in time. And as that evolution of those codes and policies happen, we're just not in a position to be able to update concurrently. I mean, we do our best to do that, but it just, we would paralyze projects, to use a poor term, but these projects, if we were to wait for each time there was a code and a policy upgrade, the impact that you have is as you delay projects, or if projects meet a sort of a different checkpoint level for council and it's paused, it then creates a cost implication to go back and adjust those designs to accommodate. So you essentially could get into this vicious cycle of not building anything because your multi-year projects are being impacted by pausing for code and policy updates. So it's an important consideration, especially when we talk about these projects, these projects that have started, that the longer they're delayed, the more revisit will be required from a design perspective.
And as I understand it, there are big changes coming at the federal and provincial level. How frequent is that? And I mean this genuinely. I'm this isn't my wheelhouse, building codes. So.
I'll ask Ms. Ladisor to help with that one.
So there's definitely is a trend right now for the building codes to be responding to climate adaptation and climate resilience. And so we are seeing the codes being more focused on energy conservation and adapting buildings, for example, to flooding and things like that. And so those are the continued updates that we expect, along same kind of consideration for some of the standards for roads and how we build our infrastructure to be climate resilient. So those are the expected kind of updates in the coming years.
From a frequency perspective, we're seeing more happening just because of the acknowledgement of the climate change that we need to make. So what in the past would have been every 5 or 10 years, we're seeing every 2 or 3 years now.
So that to me says that there's increasing pressure when we get a capital profile built out to execute on that, because even a delay by a few years at this point could have significant cost impacts.
That's correct. And certainly we don't design to the lowest code or standard or policy. We try to anticipate, but can't anticipate them all.
So I'm grateful for that answer, because this kind of leads into my next question, which is, I think, really bigger in terms of the whole budget. So it might not be for you, Mr. Laughlin, but Mr. Corbould might want to answer this. But there's been a lot. We have the carbon budgeting piece in this budget report, and which I think is excellent. And there was some mention during the speakers' public hearing about ESG, or I'm going to lose the acronym here. But I guess the question would be, how is administration incorporating ESG practices into our corporations, or like the city strategy? And we saw last year the province set up an ESG office. Are we looking at sort of doing something similar for our next budget cycle and integrating that into the city's work?
So I'll maybe take that first. Certainly the carbon framework is one step in that process. We are looking at ESG. We're currently in the process of looking at that over the city's investments. And there would certainly be some work we'd be doing around that in the coming year in advance of the 4-year. I'm just not sure that I would say at this point committing to the delivery of an ESG framework at this time.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, I believe Councillor Stevenson was ahead of me. I don't know how I jumped up on the list.
That would be for the third round. I
She'll be
believe
for
we're
third
still
round.
on
Oh,
second.
third round. Oh, okay. All right. Well, just I guess this sort of relates to what Councillor Hamilton was asking, but you know, the idea that the more we delay, the more we get cost uncertainty. So if we know we're going to build something, if we know it's going to happen anyway, sometimes it's better to just go ahead and go forward with that rather than delay. Sometimes, but the main question I have though is there's a perception that a debt is a four-letter word. And so when it comes to capital projects and incurring debt, there's this idea that all debt is bad debt. And that's sort of how, I guess, politically, that's been sold to the public. But judicious use of debt actually ends up saving us money in the long term, doesn't it?
I'm reluctant to use the phrase that it saves us money in the long
Right,
run.
sure.
But
I'm just
you're
thinking
correct.
in terms of inflation and the value of a dollar today compared to what the value will be in 25 years, and then the actual cost of our debt repayments and self-liquidating debt. To me, it seems that we get more value for dollar and we also get use out of it if we can debt support it.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. We absolutely take a holistic approach to that, and you're correct. If we were to only build things once we had saved all the money to build them, the cost escalation may in fact be higher than the cost to service the debt on them. And the other thing that I would say is because the city uses debt only for capital, it also then spreads the cost to the users of the facilities over the lifetime of the facility.
Right. So not only do we get use out, like not only can we build now and leverage that ability to build now while costs are a little more favorable for us, but when we get, like, let's say it's a rec center, for example, or some sort of transit infrastructure or so on and so forth, we also get those user fees, which also we benefit from over that period of time, yeah?
That's correct. And we would tax citizens on the basis of 25 years rather than taxing a generation for a facility that another generation uses.
Yeah, yeah. So that makes a lot of sense to me. So, I mean, for example, to take your example, if we had, $150 million facility and we put that all on tax supported costs right now today, that is probably not the most efficient use of our ability to leverage funds, is it?
If you were to use just tax levy for...
Like no debt whatsoever, just everything is tax supported immediately.
Correct, and you would build less because you would have less of a pool of funding to draw from.
Yeah, so it may sound basic, but I think that these are some things that we really need to clarify going forward because people, they hear debt, they get a little bit spooked. But as far as our debt limit is concerned, according to the MGA, we're far below, but we also have our own self-imposed limit that we're below. And so from your perspective, I would assume that we're managing well.
That's correct. You're well within your own policy and the Municipal Government Act requirements.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Do you need me to move a third one?
Yeah, no, just one. Thank you, Councillor Pick. I have a questions as well.
Oh, okay.
So Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Thank you. So on the Horlick Park situation, we heard from some folks about the accommodation is not as effective as they thought it would be for them to either relocate to a new place or if they would need to come back, right? So can someone follow up with them to ensure that they are being properly supported through this, the interim transition and relocation?
For sure, and they've been active partners in engagement, and we'll make sure that we're being clear on.
Yeah, because
space
Fort
that's-
Edmonton Park was a different situation. You were dealing with one particular organization, was easy to coordinate. Here you have a number of users of the park that have been there for a long, long time, and they may not have as much a capacity, but I think if you could work with them to ease their transition will be helpful.
For sure, and just want to flag that there have been many, many meetings, like in the hundreds with these groups, and I think it will absolutely continue.
Good. So what is the total amount? There's $216 million adjustment for through this attachment 3 that we would approve if everything goes, like if we move that recommendation, that's how much we will approve. And would that add to the tax levy for 2022 for any borrowing cost?
So 216 is net new funding.
Yeah.
And correct, any of the borrowing costs within that 216 million are already contemplated in the operating budget.
So that is part of 1.8% proposed levy?
So for the 50th Street grade separation project, so the recommended debt in the supplemental capital budget adjustment, for that, that would have a tax increase impact that I believe has not been factored into the supplemental operating budget adjustment yet.
Yeah. Would that be for 2022 or would that be in the future, 23, 24?
Right, it would be far out into the future because there's already debt in that project, so that additional debt we would be borrowing would be out in, just let me see out here.
It'll be good to know what the future cost is going to be for the debt servicing of that additional
You're
scope
looking at
change.
about, starting in 2024, you're looking at about $200,000 incremental debt.
Okay.
And then 1.1 million in 2025 after that. So in 2024, your first tax increase would be around 0.01%.
Good.
Related to this borrowing specifically.
Good. On the overall debt up to 2021, that's $3.5 million figure. Is that tax-supported debt only?
So it's roughly 3.5 billion, because I have
Billion, sorry.
projections. Yeah. So of that, 2.97 billion is what we call tax-supported debt. 2.1 million of that is true tax-supported, whereas 943 million of that is something we call self-supporting tax guaranteed debt, which is where it's guaranteed by the tax levy, but we have another funding source we apply, similar to like what you just referred to with the gas tax and the LRT.
I think it will be helpful for us to kind of get that break. I know that breakdown was part of one of the presentations that we saw, but I think it'll be information that I think is very important for us to understand that it's not $300 million debt servicing cost. It is far, far less than what we are paying through the tax levy. Rest is either self-supported or through backstopping of the federal grants.
So you can see the breakdown of that in attachment 2 to
Okay.
the supplementary operating budget adjustment, because that's
It's
where
in the
debt
operating,
servicing
okay.
appears.
Okay, good.
And a summary table in the reports that are scheduled for Monday.
Yeah, because that's very important. Like we need that we get the real figures out there instead of this huge difference between 300 and whatever we actual cost, right? So on that, and also the majority of the debt that we carry is leveraged for federal and provincial funding too, right? Because the LRT funding, if we don't borrow, then we cannot leverage those federal grants and provincial grants either.
That's correct. Often our 1/3 portion for funding of large-scale capital projects, our portion is tax-supported debt.
Yeah, that gives us that ability, flexibility to leverage those, because if we just wait for it to save, then we can't really come up with our 1/3.
That's correct.
Okay, good. Okay, good. Thank you for that. Councillor, sorry, you have the chair. I'll
Please.
move the second round. Third round, sorry. I'll move the third round.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
seconded by Councillor Cartmel. Oh, sorry, Councillor Knack. Apologies. Can we vote, please? Or do I pass it back? Oh, no, we vote first. Thank you.
Oops, sorry, hold on. I gotta vote.
Councillor Jans?
In favor.
Thank you. We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Can you please display the vote? And is carried. And I pass the chair back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'll get the chair back. And we'll go to the next round. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you. I have been learning so much this morning, and I really, really appreciate the information and conversation. And so, just to confirm once again, what I saw was like an $83.5 million increase in our tax-supported debt is within our debt range. We're not increasing the ceiling at all.
No, that approval of that, you are still within the MGA limits and the debt management fiscal policy.
Great, thank you for that. So I now just am into my sort of project-specific questions, and I apologize if some of these go outside of the scope of budget, and you can definitely tell me if they're not appropriate in this venue. The fire station number 8 relocation to Blatchford, just wondering what the interim strategy was for coverage between November 2022 and when the new one opens in 2025.
I saw Chief Satilny on earlier. I'm not sure if he's on.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. We're told that the Blatchford renewal, and when we move Station 8 from off the Yellowhead, it'll be quite close to from a timing perspective. Our contingency is to move the units to the surrounding districts so that they can provide coverage into that district until such a time that 8 is ready for full habitation and operation.
Great, thank you. You know, I'm so excited by the innovative city building work that's happening at Blatchford, and I was just wondering if this was an opportunity to reconsider our fire hall design. So, you know, speaking earlier about potentially integrating affordable housing or other civic uses. Also wondering about smaller trucks, again, recognizing that the Blatchford road network is designed quite differently from other areas of the city. So just wondering if there is a conversation about a different approach to that capital build and particularly the equipment as well for servicing Blatchford.
You want to weigh in, Joe?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the questions, Councillor Stevenson. One of the pieces that we're aware of is that the length of our fire trucks and the turn radius does impact the size of road width. And most of our programming to date has been quite standard, but we are looking at other opportunities and other designs to help reduce that turn radius to contribute to growth as we look down those roads and explore the prices along with having units that are now different units and different sizes and what that does to our deployments and our training. When it comes to partnerships, this is something that I think is incredibly important for the fire service and businesses alike. And there are opportunities for business or partnerships outside of the commercial network to help share the costs and share the costs when it comes to building fire stations. So one of the initiatives and working more closely with IIS is to explore those partnerships further. And I know there's been some discussions down in the far southeast around the Walker Lakes station that is, we're looking to move that through the next checkpoints. But that is a live conversation and very much something that we're looking at currently.
Great, thank you so much for that. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if it requires sort of a subsequent motion or if this conversation is adequate, but you know, just a sense for me that there's a real opportunity with the Blatchford Fire Hall to do things really differently, and if that requires more budget, you know, very open to that. And just a final question: has there been communication with the Blatchford residents and the Amaskwacis Academy about the fire hall coming?
Councillor Stevenson, I can answer that one. So I just wanted to just flag one thing related to the fire hall itself at Blatchford. Due to the timing and the expediency that we have to have in the design, this one is not looking to have a partner in it, but we are looking at how we can implement it in a way that follows the guidelines of Blatchford, and so it will be emissions neutral. It will be on a smaller footprint, and so we will be looking at partnership around it, not necessarily in the build itself. Now, as for the engagement with the Blatchford community, we are working with the Blatchford team within the city, and we will be working with them to do proper engagement with the community as we launch the project.
Great, thank you so much. I'll be back.
No worries. Councillor Rice.
So I back again.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I want to say thank you very much for the clarification on the debt. I think that information will release some worries about our city's financial situation. So it's my understanding that information regarding MGA limits for the dates and our date policy, and also how much specific fact and is available to the public. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
It's available through our annual reports and our quarterly financial updates.
That's perfect, that people can find the detailed information for that. So I would like to go back to the question regarding the scope change, overspending or underspending or schedule delay. In terms of $216.8 million increase compared to the last budget. So my question, the answer I heard that it's no, is not partially related to this. By looking at the report here, so I noticed there is a scope change adjustment request and recasting adjustment request, also other two category as well. And so can you help me understand better? And it appears to me this is the cost, and then for the scope change is one of the costs, and some schedule delay is the cost, underspending or overspending is the cost, and for us to do this increase adjustment.
Sorry, I thought your previous question was related to the use of debt to cover off scope changes and schedule adjustments.
Let me clarify. So my question is about, I noticed the increase, and from 2019 to 2022 original approved budget, so there is $1.3 billion increase compared to adjustment request. So my question is not partially related to the scope change, overspending and underspending, and also schedule delay.
So I'll maybe start. So absolutely, as part of this budget, there is adjustments for new profiles, some of which are funded from transfers from existing budget, and some it's funded with new money. There are also requests for scope change increases and recosting. So those are included in the changes here. What I would just clarify is we do not overspend on budgets we might project that we're overspending, but we always come for a budget adjustment. So we do not overspend without having the budget authority to spend.
For the capital project.
For the capital project, that's correct.
So for any capital project, we're not overspending, and based on what's the methodology we used and for our city's budgeting process. So is that right?
That's correct. We would not overspend without coming to get the budget adjusted to have the authority to spend that money.
Okay, thank you. My next question, my next question is regarding the financial reporting. I appreciate such details information provided to us and to the public as well. And so is there any specific policy or standardized process, and for us, why the financial reporting provided to this specific way? Or is just our own way and then to provide the financial report to the public?
So for our annual financial statements, we're required to report under public sector accounting standards, and so those are set externally, and we report in that fashion. For our internal reporting to council, you have some leeway in how you would like to see those reports, and the reports that you generally see on a quarterly basis are reports that have evolved over time to provide council of the day with the information that they need.
Thank you. So if that is the case, I would like later on to move the motion, and then how would like to city council to see the financial reports to help us to review this information and then more efficient and effective and get better understanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So you will intend to make a subsequent motion as part of the budget after we are done with the budget?
Yes, for the reporting, and then I will talk to you.
Maybe it will be a good idea to
yes,
talk to
later,
administration
yeah,
as well,
yeah.
so they can help you kind
Yes.
of draft
Yeah,
that
I will.
subsequent
Thanks.
as well. Cool. Okay, Councillor Jans?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just going back to Latta Bridge, I certainly understand the need for replacement here, but I used to, when I was a brand new dad, I used to live over in that area and would walk across the bridge along Jasper Ave. It's one of the most beautiful lookouts in Edmonton over Dawson Park, and but the bridge itself is not accommodating and welcoming to cyclists, to strollers, to pedestrians. I don't believe it's congruent with our values. So I'd be reticent to see any sort of long-term 50-year, 70-year replacement without addressing the active transportation components. So just as I asked about gender inclusive washrooms as standard issue for our new buildings, should we not be looking at active transportation as standard issue as well, especially on an area like Jasper Avenue that's going to be a major corridor?
Councillor Jans, your question was bike lane, and I was sort of pretty direct to say no. There is a shared use path that's being incorporated into the new bridge structure. So the walk that you described along Jasper Ave, that will incorporate a wider sidewalk, which is our shared use path, which is 3 meters clear. This will, I'll just confirm with Pascal, but I think it would be 4.2 meters because it provides offset for the railings. So there will be a shared use path incorporated into the design.
Can I confirm, though, that's only on the north side of the bridge? That's not on the south, the beautiful view side?
Actually, Councillor Jans, the shared use path is planned to be on the south side of the bridge, and it will be 2.8 meters wide, plus the space for the railing, as Adam was mentioning. And so that is the plan that will be moving forward. And to answer your question, that is part of our considerations when we replace or renew those types of infrastructure. And so a good example would be the 102 Avenue Bridge over Grote Road, which saw the implementation of a similar shared use path at the time of its replacement.
Excellent. I look forward to that then. Thank you for the update. On Blatchford, the fire station, I was wondering why this wasn't included in provincial costs, and shouldn't the Yellowhead project absorb this cost? And furthermore, I believe in St. Albert, they just built a new fire station for only $14 million, I think.
So part of the funding will be coming from the Yellowhead project. You know, exactly how that's proportioned based on financial or provincial or federal contributions is the scope of the project covers that. In terms of the cost, this is one of those projects that, because of the urgency associated with the move, we haven't gotten to that appropriate level of design. So we're allocating a budget amount that we're comfortable with, that as the design progresses, we will confirm the exact budget requirements. This project is essentially not to a design state where we're comfortable with the scope, schedule, and budget. That will happen over time. So we've provided recommending an allocation. In terms of comparables, I can't speak to the comparables between St. Albert and the city of Edmonton, and I would suspect that service levels are from a volume perspective or from a land area perspective are different.
Okay.
I can jump in with that, Councillor Jans. absolutely correct, Adam, that is the part of it is our service levels and the programming that we have. We do take a look at station size and design when we're going into an area. This is relatively central to the city, and there will be some limitations, and we have to look at what type of needs we need now and over the lifespan of the station. But when we look at exterior areas around the city and growth development, we take a finer lens to that and look at the corridors and the opportunities that the station will have and the longevity as well.
Thank you for that, Chief. If I may, just going back to the financing though, if we knew that this was going to happen and this was going to be the path of Yellowhead, why isn't this built into the costs of the Yellowhead project? I'm a little confused about that. Like
it is funded by the Yellowhead project. Sorry if I wasn't clear. It is funded by the Yellowhead project.
Okay. So as I understand it, then it fits. It's part of that whole package that was approved.
That's correct. But for transparency for council, what we do is when there are just like a renewal approach, when there are specific projects that are created, that profile is created so there is transparency in what that build is, which is a fire hall. It's using the funding from Yellowhead, but the specific build is a fire hall.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Cool. Thank you so much, Councillor Jans. We will be back at 1:30 for the rest of the council speakers, but also the fourth round.
If I could, Mr. Mayor, there was one outstanding question which I can close off fairly quickly here.
Yeah.
And it was related to the traffic volumes on 75th Street. 45,000 per day on 75th Street. Just a flag is that there's lots of construction activity on 75th Street, so it may not be reflective of what's actually out there today.
Okay, thank you, and nothing further on 34th or 17th? It's just because everybody's impacted.
We can provide those,
okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may just add a couple more answers to questions that came up over the course of the morning, very short. Councillor Wright did ask about the economic impact of hosting major events at the new potential Coronation Rec Center. Our estimate at this point in time, it would be $6 to $8 million of economic impact if we hosted events there. And our best guess at this point is we would host maybe 1 or 2 events per year. So that would be the economic impact. And then Councillor Rutherford was asking about Peter Hemingway. It's certainly closed now. It should be opening August of 2022. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. See you at 1:30. Okay. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I'll do the roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hi.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, not yet, Councillor Tang,
Hello.
and I'm here, Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford,
Here.
Councillor
Good
Salvador,
afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
Okay, now we are gonna go into, we are still in our second round, right, or third round? It's the third round. Third round, and Councillor Jans, did you go did you have your third round?
No, I didn't actually. Could I have another round, please?
Yeah, I think you're the first one on the,
No.
just told, what is this? Yeah, you did go already. Well, I'm still sure. You did, yeah. It's Ashley next. Councillor Salvador.
Busted.
Thank you.
I was just testing, Councillor Jans, would you be honest with us or not, right? So.
I was just testing if you were listening to me or not.
Okay.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor. Just a really quick question, actually. Under emerging items, the Edmonton Strathcona pedestrian bridge, I'm wondering if you could just give a bit of an outlook as to what we can expect. Not this time around, but it sounds like in future budget discussions.
So similar to the 50th Street, this is an area where we identify future budget impacts that could be coming to council to give them a heads up. That's what this project is. And because it's a partner type of project, it really comes down to cost apportionment between the three parties, River Valley Alliance, Strathcona County, and the City of Edmonton. We've provided current projections, but as the design is still active, we're not finished to that point where we're comfortable in terms of exactly what the budget need is. And so a future supplementary capital budget adjustment would move it from the emerging item to recommended for funding using a source that we would identify as appropriate.
Okay, and just based on the timeline that I saw, like Q2 2022 is when that detailed design would come forward?
Correct.
Yeah,
So
okay.
there's a potential that we could be at the spring supplementary capital budget adjustment.
Okay.
But if not the spring, then it would be not fall because it would be new budget, so.
Yep. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that I've been finding that is missing right now, and I know there's been a few things that have come up in discussion the other day and unfunded packages that have been motions that have been put on the floor from other councillors. Do we have kind of a running tally of what those unfunded capital asks are right now?
So, yeah, so Councillor Rutherford, are you speaking to unfunded service packages that have been, unfunded capital requests or service packages or kind of both, maybe?
Yeah, I'm talking about the unfunded capital projects. So they've not been included in this report, but we are probably likely to consider within budget deliberations. So
Right.
the Ambleside, as an example, Lewis Farms, like I feel like there's a lot and I'm not getting kind of a running tally of, in addition to the ask here, what are the other, if we were to fund them?
So we don't have a list of them because they're not motions yet. We can tell you which ones have arrived here through motions of council to be here, if that helps.
And those will be unfunded, right?
It would be unfunded, yeah.
Yeah.
So far, we have the A1 indoor soccer facility. Yep, and that's on the operating side. And for capital, we have the Lewis Farms Facility Park request of $15 million coming out of Community and Public Services Committee. So those are the two official ones we have so far.
Okay. And my next question is for you, Mr. Laughlin, with regard specifically to Lewis Farm. is the current motion on the floor and what we might be discussing as a council deviating from the PDDM model in terms of we've hit checkpoint 4 and now it's kind of like we're doing checkpoint 4.2?
No, I don't think it is, because it's work that would be required regardless. So it's actually moving from a portion of it, a phased portion of it, moving from checkpoint 4 into delivery. So the work on Lewis Farms, regardless of whether it is in the future phased with the park and the building, or just the park, or just the building, this work is necessary regardless. So it's really an informed phasing approach for the project versus a deviation.
Okay, that's great clarification. And so just so I understand the decision that's before us around Lewis Farm, if we do approve that 15 million to progress that with the site preparation, does that really commit us to the ultimate build of the whole facility in the 2023-2026? I'm also trying to get a picture of what capital we're committing ourselves to for that next funding, four-year funding cycle.
And that's certainly a conversation that council needs to have in terms of what those commitments are. But I would suggest, based on the direction that's been provided to date, there's already been a commitment made to Lewis Farms. It's gone to checkpoint 4. It's tender ready. It is a project that certainly under previous master planning was identified as a need. The timing of when implementation happens is certainly a discussion that council has, but I think with the investments that have been made, and that's sort of the benefit of the PDDM, is that you could choose not to, but council has provided direction previously that this is a project that will move forward based on the approvals that have happened.
Okay, so I think I still had a minute left and then the clock resets, so I'm just gonna go with a minute left. Can you tell me how much in comparison the last mega rec center that we built cost us?
Actually, we have a report that's probably more appropriate, that a previous report that we prepared that provided comparatives.
Yes.
What I remember from that report is that per square footage, the cost of Lewis Farms is comparable to Coronation, is comparable to Meadows, is comparable to Clairview. The challenge with Lewis Farms is the degree of land acquisition, the fact that it includes a significant district park and an operations. So if you're doing the apples to apples comparison, the square footage costs are fairly similar. So I think what we can do is share that previous report with council.
But we've already done the land acquisition. That's part of the investments we've already said that we've made.
There is some land acquisition. Mr. Malifsta noted that some of the off-site servicing still requires additional land, so that's part of what still needs to be done. But we'll dig up that previous report and share, just so that council's got a perspective that comparatively they're all fairly similar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question to follow up, and just so I can understand, to follow up on sort of the cash flow question I had earlier. The 216 million net new funds that's on the table right now is because we don't have any more unspent money that could be rolled over. That's why we need new funds, correct?
So I would say this, we generally as part of the 4-year cycle, council allocates all of the funding available to capital projects.
Mm-hmm.
There are adjustments if investment earnings or other things come in over budget, it can be attributed here for additional funding. But the cash flowing is really just moving the budget to the year in which the expense will be incurred. It doesn't create room.
Okay. We kind of like how a MIM might allocate a bit more COVID funding, for example, than we actually need, just so we have that leeway. Do we generally factor that into the overall capital budget?
You're asking if we
Just-
leave some unallocated or
Yeah.
leave some aside. That could be a choice of council. Traditionally, I would say that council has allocated the majority of capital funding available.
And that wouldn't be a decision until like the next capital cycle, right?
Correct, but
Okay.
each individual project includes a contingency allowance.
Okay.
That if those risks aren't materialized, there is, and you'll see it throughout various different budget adjustments, there's releases that go to corporate funding pool that then is available for other capital priorities. But generally, we don't have a sort of a pot of contingency for the whole capital program.
And then, so in this case, you know, with kind of that amount, you know, that's because that project-specific contingency has been exhausted and therefore, okay.
If the risks are if the risks materialize, the contingency is used to offset those risks. If they're not, the contingency is released, and that's over the various budget adjustments of 4-year capital. Those releases are provided to the organization for other priorities.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright?
Thank you. I just wanted a point of clarification, Mr. Smythe, on the economic impact with the Coronation upgrades. When Mr. Embry was here at the public hearings, he was talking about the triathlon, so would that be the 6 to 8 million that you were talking about per event, or would that be different with the
No,
triathlon?
these would be cycling races in the velodrome, specifically. So that's where that number first originated. So it would be events that we would host in the velodrome.
Okay, but if it was a triathlon held in that space?
No, the triathlon users would use it for training, but they would certainly be active users of that facility. But for triathlon events, they cycle on the road basically, and those are set up there.
Okay, and with the other parts, like with the swimming and that, where would that take place? I know normally the triathlons have been held at Horlock Park, if that's not available for them to use.
There is no specific venue at this point in time, but we're certainly working with triathlon is to see what some options could be. But again, we're very supportive of obviously those events. There's no city funding for future events at this point in time, so some of the focus for triathlon, at least in the next short term, will be sort of grassroots development, is where they'll focus some of their energies.
Okay, I'm just wondering about, sort of the overall use of that facility, not just for the area residents, but for the greater Edmonton.
So these would be very high level, like national or international championships that would be hosted in that velodrome. There's only one other facility in our country that would be of comparable use in Ontario that was used for the Pan Am Games.
Okay, thank you. And then I also had a question relating to report FCS 0829. Is that being dealt with on December 6th, or can I ask a question of it?
That one's being dealt with on December 6th, unless you have a budget question arising from it.
Okay, well, it somewhat relates to Councillor Rutherford's question as far as a list of upcoming capital projects that we would need to be aware of.
You can ask the question, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'll see if I get an answer.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, so on the listing there, what projects are still sort of in the design phase, just so that we can have some idea of what we're looking forward to? So in the report, it talks about the Heritage Valley land development. And I'm just going through looking to see which ones are in design. There's another one for residential mixed land use. Like, can we gather a list from this information?
Yes, we can, because
Okay.
there's a number of projects that are initiated through PDDM that are at various stages, either checkpoint 2, checkpoint 3, so we can consolidate a list.
Okay.
I'll just make a plug for Building Edmonton, that for your ward-specific locations, you can go on Building Edmonton, the map that we have, and zero in on your specific, your specific ward, and then you can classify by the different asset projects, and you can get a good filter of information, but we can certainly consolidate for you.
And on that, is it just the map, or can I also pull like a PDF or an Excel document that will just list it out? For
Yeah,
me?
no, we haven't got there yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But the map provides the location of the infrastructure project and a description where they're at from a timing perspective, budget, and a little blurb on the scope of the project.
Okay, I'd like a list. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Everybody had a chance for third round except me. Can you take the chair, Councillor?
Yes, I can.
I just want to follow up on the 50th Street rail crossing, Adam. I just need to understand it better. I know there was no written commitment from CP to a certain amount of dollars, but if my memory serves me, it was more than what they're contributing now. Like, I think I remember a $10 million number being discussed that CP will contribute, and that was a number of years ago. Now you add inflation to that, right, as our inflation cost is going up. So I want to get a sense, like, how much are they contributing? Can you share that publicly, or are they just contributing through providing land available to us for staging of the construction?
No, so I would say that we're in active discussions about finalizing the agreement on their contributions. I'd prefer not to share some of that information. The $10 million, my understanding, would have been an assessment of what we think we could get from CP. Through the negotiations, you work towards what you can get, and based on our ability to recover or our ability to get an amount from CP, I think it wasn't as high as we had hoped.
But they do benefit from this project.
They do, and they would share that they are contributing what they benefit.
Okay.
We have historically had very difficult conversations with the railways when it comes to cost sharing for improvements. There is a federal process that permits us to go through and see if we can get more. Our success rate on that is low. The railways always seem to win in that.
But they're also good neighbors, right? I mean, they contribute to the city, but I think as good neighbors, we can initiate conversation with them about, what is the appropriate level of contribution they should make.
So we have been having those conversations, and I've shared before, there's times where they feel like the second order of government based on their ability to influence what they can and cannot pay.
Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe a subsequent motion after the discussions that through the mayor's office, reach out to CP to have some discussions with them on this. I know, Mr. Corbold, are you having some conversation with them on this?
I don't think a motion like that would hurt at all, Your Worship.
Okay.
I am not having conversations on this. I do from time to time have conversations.
So we'll think about that at the end of the budget process to
don't think it would hurt.
Have some motion passed by council directing the mayors or city manager into that sense. On the Lewis Farm, at what point, so Lewis Farm is not a matter of it's about how to do it, how to move forward. This project's going to happen, how far we have come on this, right? If that is the case, then why do we still divide this project into two parts? Why would we not bundle it up, like following up my yesterday's questions? Like, wouldn't that make sense to bundle it up, get it done with it if we're going to do it?
Yeah, certainly when you get to a level of design that we have on Coronation.
And same with the Coronation too. Like, if we are at a stage we're going to do them, then make a decision, let's do them.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to appetite, because these are tax levy funded projects. It's just the appetite to go forward with that.
But if the sense I get from you is that we are at a stage for both projects that we're going to get them, we're going to do them, right? If that is if that is the case, then why still go through this another step that adds to the cost, add to the timing?
Well, so to be clear, for the Lewis Farms, the phase that we're talking about, it would be the first phase anyways. So it allows, and ultimately, it's council's comfort with the degree of tax levy that we're talking about for debt borrowed projects.
Yeah.
If there's a comfort from council to advance Lewis Farms, Coronation, Ambleside.
So I think what would help us in my mind is that having that better understanding is that if we bundle them together instead of having segment funded now, then segment funded in 23, 25 budget process, would we save money?
No.
And timing and all, or construction schedule and all that?
No, it's at the point for
For
Lewis
both of them?
Farms.
For
For
both?
Lewis Farms.
Yeah.
The next step is required regardless.
Okay.
And presumably, and I shouldn't put words in Councillor Knack's mouth, but I think his desire is that this is the next step that could be approved now with an eye on it being approved as part of the 23 to 26. I presume that's the step that he's going down. If council's comfortable and they want both of these projects to advance now, it's clear for us that that's the path that we're going down.
Good.
It's the same with Ambleside. So your question of why don't we just go ahead, ultimately it's comfort level with the tax levy implications associated with these projects moving forward.
Okay, I'm out of time.
Thank you.
And I'll take and sorry, can you move the second? I'll move the second round, fourth round, sorry. I'll move the fourth round on questions.
Seconded by Councillor Salvador. Can we please vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Hamilton, oh, we got all the votes.
Please display the vote. And passed. Chair, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
I'll take the chair back and I'll go to the list. Councillor Stevenson?
Great, we're getting close. I think one or two more rounds. I want to follow up on the Orange Hub. So my understanding, way back when I was doing some planning in that area, the LRT alignment actually led to the removal of the Orange Hub parkade. Is that correct?
The original plan had the LRT alignment going through that property, but there'd been subsequent alignment revisions and the Orange Hub stayed intact essentially.
Great. I guess I'm just wondering why we would invest in a parkade sort of immediately next to an LRT station where we're trying to promote transit-oriented development.
This is an asset that the City of Edmonton now owns. The improvements, and Pascal may be able to help with this, the improvements are around asset management or ensuring that we've got sound asset versus a crumbling asset.
Thanks, Adam. The only thing I would add, Councillor Stevenson, is that with the way the Orange Hub is designed, a lot of the accessibility offered to the building is actually through the parkade. And so maintaining the parkade would help us maintain the accessibility of the site. And so we did look at what the impact would have been of demolishing it, and it would require substantive changes to the other entrances of the building. And so as we maintain this asset and we just do improvements to keep it safe and usable, we also maintain accessibility of the site without needing additional investment.
Was there consideration of the land potential that's opened up by removing the parkade? So recognizing that there would have to be some reconfiguration of the access points, just what the opportunity available is created for development on that site.
I can say the original alignment for the LRT did, but it was adjusted through engagement. The longer term use of the Orange Hub is somewhat informed by the users of the facility. And so that hasn't been a consideration on the basis of the current users and the types of uses within that. I'll just maybe flag that years ago when this was in front of council for consideration, I don't think it was administration's recommendation to purchase that facility. It happened, and now we're utilizing the use that is in there, or sorry, the facility is being utilized to accommodate the use that's in there.
What's the breakdown of that total cost in terms of the other retrofits versus the parkade improvements?
Ms. Ladouceur, do you have a breakdown like that?
I will have to get back to you, Councillor Stevenson. We'll get that information.
Okay, thanks so much. I think, yeah, I just have some hesitation around investing in the parkade aspect of that asset. Just to echo some of the other comments around Horlock Park in terms of what we've been hearing from partners, and I know it's noted that Rundle Park was sort of set up as the alternative space. None of the groups that I spoke to were really aware of that as being the alternative, or felt that they were able to be accommodated there. So I think you've probably heard, just looking for that ongoing engagement to help with those groups. Wondering though, the Horlock Park, has there been consideration or budget allocated for sort of the historic resource assessment of the structures on site? And is there an eye to preserving the heritage aspect of those buildings?
I can take that one. Councillor Stevenson, absolutely. So we are working with the heritage planner at the city to ensure that we are maintaining the heritage aspects of all of the facilities. And we are actually working on adding them to the inventory and being recognized as heritage buildings for the future.
That's very exciting. Is that at the municipal level or provincial as well? And would that potentially come with some funding dollars from a provincial designation?
The process is to start at the municipal level, and then we'll evaluate if they have a provincial, if we have provincial support. And so we're working through that. And yes, if they are designated at a provincial level, there could be some financial support for the project or for maintenance. And so we'll be investigating that over the next year.
Wonderful, thank you. I think I can do one more and then I'll be done. Thanks.
Please, take your time. We have till 17th. Yes. Yeah. Councillor Rice? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I understand we have 3 significant adjustments with the overall $216.8 million net impact to this capital budgeting cycle. So my first question is specific to the 50 streets CPR grant separation with that $42.4 million. So it's my understanding, based on information here provided in the reports, administration is recommending that $42.4 million budget increase be funded entirely with new tax-supported debt. And then once we get the grant from federal government, and this amount, the same amount, will be reduced the total same amount for additional tax support, like supported debt. And so is there any plan and behind this amount to use this tax supported debt and $42.4 million for other projects?
So right now, we're recommending tax-supported debt because there's no other source of funding.
Yeah.
If we were to get federal funding, we would reduce the amount required for tax-supported debt. You would then be free to apply tax-supported debt to any other project.
Okay, so is there any updates, and then how that when that outcome we will know the outcome, and then how many possibility will get that money?
So it's too early for us to be able to speculate how much money we would get, as we're currently in discussions with the federal government.
So this is just our pre-commitment.
Yeah, so if you want to advance the project, you must do it with tax-supported debt for now. If and when another source becomes available, we can look at swapping that.
Okay, thank you very much. So the second is question about, I understand there's a budget pressure and during this remaining time of this budget cycle, 2019-2022. And can you talk about a little bit more about the corporate pool deficit? Because I do understand we have deficit, and for this corporate pool and specific, what is the funding strategy, and to support us under this deficit situation, we still increase $217 million for the capital budget.
So Councilor Rice, I can start, and then maybe Ms. Padbury can add some words. But so right now the corporate pool is sitting in a deficit of $55.6 million in and around there. So the biggest reason for that deficit is because the previous council had taken around $46.5 million out of the pay-as-you-go pool in this cycle to fund the impacts of COVID. So that drew the deficit into a $46.5 million deficit. So that's the largest portion of it, and that's to be repaid out of the 23 to 26 capital budget. So once we get into the 23 to 26 capital budget, we'll be taking $46.5 million off the top of the pay-as-you-go funding available in that year. The remainder of that, the other $9 or $10 million, is recommendations coming out of this SCBA of around $9 million for some of the priority projects we've identified. And the reason we're comfortable doing that is because we are anticipating a bit more investment earnings by the end of the year. Our projections are showing around $29 million additional investment earnings. So if that comes to fruition, we're comfortable spending around $9 million of that kind of in advance, hoping that those investment earnings will come in by the end of the year. So that's kind of how we're planning on balancing the corporate pool deficit. Yeah, so I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you for that information. Yes, that information including in the table. I still have a little bit of concern about this deficit, and then if we have this much deficit and $55 million, and we pre-commitment something, and also I notice this is just a forecast increase, and based on the portion of investment and earnings, and then this will be changed lots, and with some variables and some external factors, and then I feel a little bit uncomfortable with the deficit. We still increase like $270 million for the capital, and so this is I just want to put this there, and deficit in the reports so every council member can see that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just want to go to the Orange Hub questions for a moment here. So what I hear admin saying is we probably wouldn't have acquired this building in the first place, but now that we have it, we're going to be investing more into it. And I guess I wonder, how does it align with city plan, and if admin is prepared to speak to that along with our goals around transit-oriented development, because if I recall the site, it's right on the new LRT line. It's a very desirable piece of property. I'd be wondering about just hanging on for a couple of years, and then the opportunity costs of spending now when we may just want to sell in a couple of years or do something else. So I'd open it up for admin, but I would say right now I'm very skeptical of supporting that ask. It's a lot of money considering.
So right now it's being used by, actually, Mr. Smythe could probably speak to this better than I can. Go ahead, Rob.
Yeah, Councillor, there's a number of arts and cultural groups, educational groups in there, a variety of not-for-profits. The BIA is headquartered out of there as well. So it is becoming a very strong community hub for that part of our city. And the feedback we do get from the tenants in there is that the integration and dynamics between all of those users is really creating a very strong community. So the presence of that facility in that part of town is really helping to transform that street basically, and those neighborhoods. So while it was challenging at the outset to get tenants in there, it really has provided a real benefit. So it was a real opportunity for the city, and once we went down that path, it got a lot of traction and a lot of energy going into the creation of that community center.
Yeah, and I would just add, Counselor, that the presence of the Yellowhead Tribal College in particular aligns very well with our Indigenous framework from a city perspective, and very supportive of that, so.
Yeah, I think I would need to see it against a priority-based budgeting list of our other priorities too, because 21 million is not insignificant, and I'm aware there's a number of other schools and sites for co-location in the area. I certainly don't dispute the value of co-location, but additional money there when we're really trying to accelerate TOD, and it's not that far from the new. There's a lot of other innovative, exciting things that's going to happen on SPR. So I'm just. Yeah, I'll say I have apprehension about that and would struggle to support it. The Rundle parking lot and parking lot renewal, I would like more information about that, given that it's, I believe, over $10 million and we're at checkpoint 3. Is it possible to provide that?
What additional information would you like?
Well, it seems like an enormous amount of funds for what's listed, considering when I compare it against say a neighborhood renewal, for instance, for that cost. So would be interested in understanding more how much of that is critical, and how much of that could be deferred, or how much of that is sort of being built in anticipation of being the receiving grounds for the Horlock Park rehab. I was trying to get a little more clarity there.
So legacy geotechnical issues in that area, specifically for that road. If folks that have sort of experienced that wavy road, it has needed some renewal for quite some time, and this is an investment in that road to ensure that we're correcting those sort of legacy issues associated with the geotechnical issues. In terms of comparators, from a kilometer perspective, I'd have to get some of our folks to share like the specifics, but I can tell you that as an old road guy, that road needs a full rebuild based on the geotechnical issues that are there, so which does become a costly exercise.
Okay. Well, I won't be able to get into my other questions, but I've got a number on Horlock Park, and seeing the sort of strategic plan for Rundle Park into the future would be very helpful. I'm sure these things exist. It may just be a matter of needing to be directed to them.
Sorry, is your question, you'd like to see what the strategic plan is for Rundle Park?
Yeah, I'm worried about this. Well, I'm out of time. I have a number on this topic that I'll get into in conjunction with Horlock Park.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Rutherford?
Just very quick. Mr. Smythe, you mentioned sort of a correction. Can we just clarify the timing for the Peter Hemingway rehabilitation and when it would be open?
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. We had clarity over the lunch hour. The construction will be completed by August, but our staff then in community rec facility needs some time to fill the pool, so it'll probably be near to year end before we'll be open to the public.
Perfect, thank you. That was all my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Technically, I'm on round 2, actually, because just to...
You're a veteran, so you...
I know, I didn't need it. No, I only came back on, actually, because I appreciate the conversation that had been happening around the Orange Hub, and it was actually purchased even before I was on council, but I wanted to maybe ask a few questions that will hopefully answer some of the other pieces. Again, this is phase 2, so phase 1 of rehab has actually already happened. There's been quite a bit invested into the Orange Hub over the last few years since purchasing it, correct?
Yes, both from an operations and maintenance perspective and a capital perspective.
Yeah, and that the capital piece is my specific piece, because I appreciate the point around, could that land be better used? For a variety of reasons, that when that building was bought, it was designed to become then essentially a hub connection for the 4 communities sort of surrounding it. It sort of borders right on the 4 of neighborhoods. And so that investment that's been done so far was truly making an assumption that that building was going to in fact be there for, you know, decades longer now. And that's why we started to lease it out and build it up the way we did.
That's absolutely correct, Councillor. Some of the recent advancements from a program perspective was the kitchen and the theater itself.
Yeah.
So those two program elements have been invested in and are really a strong part of the program there.
Yeah. We have land that we had bought just adjacent to the parkade that was originally bought because we were assuming the LRT was going to take that whole parcel of land from about 155th to 156th, correct? So we have actually land in inventory that right now.
That's correct.
So from a transit-oriented development opportunity, once we're done construction, that land that we purchased is not going to be needed by the city and will be able to be used for that benefit afterwards, correct?
That's correct. Surplus land that hopefully can be repurposed to support TOD opportunities.
Perfect, yeah. So I think I wanted to ask those questions to hopefully answer some of it's always odd when we're in this Q&A piece. And then the other piece I would sort of flag on the parkade, because it's actually going to be a little bit larger, and the accessibility piece is, I realize, the most important part of it, because it's, even with the first phase of renovations, we were able to help make some adjustments at the front of the building, but truly the main accessible entrance is actually from that sort of second level of the parkade. That parkade could, in fact, and there's been debates, and I'm still of two minds about things like park and ride, midpoint through an LRT, but there actually was a lot of feedback over the years around park and ride opportunities, not just at the end of the line. It's not a giant parkade, but it is something that could also serve, you know, if there's not something happening one night and that parkade's empty and there's a hockey game going on, it absolutely could be a park and ride facility too for residents who live in that area. And for whatever reason, aren't yet, we haven't convinced them yet to jump on the bus to get to the LRT station, but may want to use that as an interim solution.
Yeah, that's actually a kind of a principle that as you're building out LRT, that until you get to that point where folks significantly change their travel patterns, mid-system, smaller scale pocket parking opportunities do present an opportunity to help convince people that this is the right mode.
Because that's actually part of the strategy work we did do around, I mean, I remember one of our former council colleagues was often talking about park and ride strategies, and you know, could we partner with churches or spots along the line to do that? And so this does actually fill, interestingly enough, a gap. Still, you know, I don't love parkades. I'm not a big parkade fan, but it's attached to a facility that sort of needs it because of accessibility, and that gives us additional connectivity options.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so long-term, our policy will say park and ride end of line.
Yeah.
But,
until we build out a
until you
fully
get
robust
there,
transit system, we're still trying to provide some interim solutions.
And I would call it opportunistic parking, not planned parking. if I
Correct.
can call
We're
it
not,
something.
yeah, we wouldn't be wanting to build a new parkade
Correct.
anywhere along that line. It just so happens that this is connected to a city facility that uses that space.
That's correct.
Yeah.
And we have had previous conversations with council about the opportunities of some other areas like churches that you could potentially partner with to support that as well. So yes.
Okay, great. I'm out of time. Oh, almost out of time. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you. I just want to say I'm looking forward to Councillor Knack's motion on a Clairview Parkade. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a little bit of a joke. That's all.
Are you done, Councillor Paquette?
Yeah. No, it was a bit of levity. We're obviously not going to be building a parkade at Clairview. However, the tenor of Councillor Knack's conversation has made me maybe think that it's actually a fantastic idea. So we'll just I'll leave it at that, and I'll work on a motion with Councillor Knack.
Good. Thank you for your contribution to round 4.
I'm actually on round 3.
Round 3. Okay, got it. Okay.
Just trying to catch up.
Should I move?
I just have quick question, Councillor Tanguy, if you take the chair.
Sounds
Just
good.
following up on Councillor Knack's questioning on the parkade there. I met with a church group who's maybe a couple of blocks away from there, whose parking is being impacted by the LRT, but their congregants come from all over the city. Some will use the LRT, absolutely, right? There might be some opportunities for, working with local businesses in that area and church organizations within that area that lot would be made available, maybe at a charge, I don't know, right? But I think there might be some opportunity. You just intrigued the thought that I met with groups there in that western part.
Great, just happy to connect with them, so if you could share their information.
Good, okay. Thanks. And I'll move the fifth round.
Fifth round, and Councillor Knack, would you like to second?
Sure.
Okay, can we please vote?
In favor.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. We have all the vote.
Display the vote, please. And carried. And back to you, Mr. Mayor.
And I'll take the chair back. And I'll go back to the list. Okay, the list is Councillor Rice, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So come back again, and thank you very much, and to answer all the questions. I know your answer is really important for us, and also to increase public confidence on our city's decision we make. And so I really appreciate that. So I have, next my question is related to the tax supported date. So we talked about the deficit, and then right now I would like to move to next item. And so my understanding is like the two items specifically contribute to this maximum increase of city's tax supported debt. And then specific one item I want to ask a question is the council decision required for Coloration Park Sports and Recreation Center for that one. So recast increase is $41.1 million. My question is, and then this $41 million is additional for all the costs already happened to date, right? So it's not the total cost for the project. Is that right?
That's correct. The 41 million.
Yeah, is additional.
The budget to build to scope.
Yes, and then when is the completion date for this project?
So council hasn't actually approved the project to start, but if they approved it today, sorry, just trying to find it. 2026 would be construction completion. And then there'd be sort of the operations component to it.
What is the total cost for this project? And so what happened in the past and include this additional $41 million?
So Mr. Malifta said earlier that the design for this facility was completed in 2014 for the 2015 to 18 budget deliberations. At that time, the cost was $112 million. There wasn't any significant action that happened with that project up until recently, where we were directed to advance it further in design. And in that, as part of that work, we updated the design, and the updated costs that we're identifying is $153,410,000.
Okay, thank you. So what is the biggest disadvantage if we choose option 2?
Sorry, advantage or
disadvantage?
The advantage is that you don't borrow money to build this facility.
I said disadvantage.
Sorry, disadvantage? You don't
Yes.
build the project.
No, that is not. I should say disadvantage, a negative impact.
Sure.
So, Councillor Rice, I think it depends on how you interpret that, but if you were to defer this project and release the funding, that means you're not building this project. And so if this project is important to the ward, that's the disadvantage. If you move forward to fund it, you would have to increase the amount of tax-supported debt by the $41 million to build it on the basis of the scope defined.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Stevenson?
All right, what I've wanted to talk about all day, permanent public washroom facilities. So I know in our operating budget, we have some allocation for temporary facilities and the having attendance in those facilities. I'm really keen, and I'm hearing from a lot of stakeholders just about the incredible importance of having permanent washroom facilities as soon as possible. So just wanting to get your thought on how quickly we could activate capital dollars. So if I was able to convince my colleagues to support a capital profile for that, could they reasonably get under construction in 2022?
So if funding was approved today, could we build washrooms in 2022? Probably. I'm just very cautious about what exactly are we building. For example, if it was the White Ave washroom facility type, probably not. If it's something simpler than that, potentially.
Interesting. Can you, I think the White Ave facility is sort of exactly what I had in mind. Is that just complex in its
Public
scale?
engagement.
Or the public engagement? I see. Okay. So it's those process pieces. Would there, if we did want to, you know, take a more comprehensive approach, would you still need some capital dollars to do that design and planning work?
Yes, and I defer to some of my colleagues around the sort of larger washroom strategy that's being considered, and not just the temporary version of it, but the more permanent version. So I don't know if folks can weigh in on that.
Council, part of the work we have planned for next year would be to activate the strategy and inform the capital budget for 23 to 26. So the dollars that we had identified included the development of that next body of work, which would include a plan going forward to facilitate the permanent type structures in that next budget cycle, and that would include identifying all the engagement work that would have to take place in terms of where and what we're building.
Yeah, I would just add that I really think, Councillor, that we need different types of facilities in different parts of the city. We hear a lot from suburban Edmontonians who travel the beautiful trails we have, or the River Valley users who just want to go to the bathroom, between their long runs or bike rides. And so I think what we're going to need in different parts of the city is very different, and I think we really need to listen to people. And I know there's an urgency to get this done, but I would worry that if we rush to that, we won't build the right thing. And so I don't want to take years and years getting that right, but I do think taking 22 to get that right and really understand what Edmontonians need and want in different parts of the city, and then bring it forward in the fall would be our advice on this side. And we're ready to do that work. We've got the resources to do that work. So.
Great. No, I appreciate that advice, and just to confirm too that what we have allocated for 2022, for me it's just again that pause, and whether there's any capital work that can be happening concurrently, so that when the funds are approved next fall, that again things are just sort of ready to go right away.
Yeah, I think we can take that back in terms of I hear the real great desire for some good concurrent activity, so that when we do get the decision, we're not waiting another 6 months to get going again, and we can certainly take that back. And I think the other key aspect of the money that is approved under the COVID response for 2022 is that includes attendance, and we know the attendance are super critical to success of anything we use, whether it's temporary or permanent. So that's in there. So.
Great. A few last really quick ones. 103rd Avenue improvements. I'm so thrilled that those are happening. And just want to confirm the concept designs include wind corridor mitigation strategies?
I'll see if Pascal.
Yes, Councillor Stevenson, it does.
Excellent. That's going to be a great change. Just with the Ironworks building, I know I've had a few conversations on the side with Mr. Corbold, but I know that there's interest from a group that wants to make some tenant improvements as part of those upgrades to get it to net zero right away. So just wanting to understand if that is a possibility for a future tenant to contribute to part of those capital upgrades to just increase the energy efficiency.
I think we're always happy to take money from other folks to help us with our infrastructure improvements.
Right, those are all of my questions.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. Just going back to my questions earlier, I'm trying to understand the connection better between the Rundle Park Road and parking lot renewal, and the connection between the proposed rehab at Hawrelak Park. If we are to oppose or delay or stop the rehab of Hawrelak Park, how much of this Rundle Park Road and parking lot renewal is directly connected to it? Does that make sense?
I would say they're independent because they're both condition-based recommendations for infrastructure renewal.
And could you speak to the urgency of the Rundle Park parking lot renewal and the road?
It's kind of a bit similar to the earlier conversation related to some of the renewal projects that we've identified, that this is an investment in order to ensure that we're not into a failure position. And I would say this road is one that we've limped along probably for a very long time without the permanent improvement that's needed that will happen as part of this rehab. So it's really a risk discussion. From our recommendation, it's a risk that we should address with the renewal dollars that are identified in the program that's identified.
And jumping ahead to Hawrelak Park, we talked a little bit about if we were to change the funding and, if we were to change the timeline and take the 3 years and delay it to 10 years, how there would be a cost overrun. I think I heard 20%. Could administration quantify for me how many $1 million that would be?
So it's an estimate of a 20% premium until we get into, if directed to not take the approach that we've recommended and turn it into a 8 to 10 year time frame. We'd have to quantify that. Our current estimate is around a 20% premium. That would be roughly $14 million.
Okay, so $14 million potentially for 9 or 10 years of open access to the park within reason.
Well,
is that correct?
I would just qualify, it may not be open access, it would be phased access, because we would still need to do the work and we'd have to figure out a staging plan to keep portions open while we're still constructing. So I think that's the challenge with this, is that there are still, if remaining open, there are still significant portions of the park that would have to be closed.
Mm-hmm. I do know that a number of folks do use Hawrelak Park as not only recreation but also transportation. That it helps connect the West End to the U of A, and I've known a number of folks who cross through there. Also, the dog park on the other side. I forget, crossing through. That's Laurier. Yeah, crossing through Laurier as well. How would transportation, if we were to close the park for 3 years, how would we address the transportation needs?
We'll see if Pascal is able to provide. I think they've looked at that already.
Yeah, so Councillor Jans, we are looking at maintaining the connections for the pathways that connect to the bridge. We absolutely understand that it is a vital connection for commuters and recreational users, as well as the path along the river to the west end of the park. And so those two connections would remain open even with a full park closure.
Okay. This is certainly an area of great concern for many. What if we were to just accelerate the funding for the program by 20%? Is there any way we could speed it up from 3 years to a year or a year and a half? Like, I'm impressed by how wonderful we can do on neighborhood renewal in a few short summer months. Surely there must be some way that we could help keep the park open.
So we're dealing with a few things, Councillor Jans. Acceleration, I think we've built a schedule that already assumes a pretty aggressive schedule. And then we get into sort of that element of ensuring that the landscaping is provided enough time to catch before there is a use on it. So I think there's a challenge, but I just want to clarify that we're not sort of building a schedule here that is taking our time. This is an aggressive schedule, and we're trying to get it out as quickly as possible. I think the difference between this and a neighborhood renewal is just the extent of the infrastructure improvements. Just under 10 kilometers of deep utilities need to be replaced, and by comparison, that's significant.
Well, I'll have to wait for another. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. I may have missed this earlier, so pardon me if I have. There's been a bit of discussion, Mr. Laughlin, about simply approving Lewis Farms, Coronation, Ambleside, which would generate the debt service for those projects, presuming we use debt. There would also be an operating cost of capital that would hit in 4 or 5 years. Have you been asked to tally that up for us before we make that decision?
I believe it's in each of the profiles that have been in front of council previously, but that certainly we can tally up, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mr. Laughlin. I'm looking at a memo that was sent actually to council on April 8th earlier this year. And that one was interesting for me because it runs out those costs for 10 years, not just for 3 or 4. And it sort of shows what happens, for instance, in the first year of the next council. So that might be helpful.
Yeah, thanks. I recall that memo being sent out, and we can certainly update and provide a similar.
Yeah, might be largely the same. The other question I had for you is 3 LRT legs going on right now. If we add 2 rec centers in Ambleside, do you have a capacity office problem now developing in your branch, or is this all easily deliverable with the people you have?
I wouldn't say easily deliverable, but we can manage it for sure. And part of the reason I say that is that we've programmed our resources to accommodate these infrastructure swells, if I could call it that, where we do get external support from a project management perspective if we have these peaks in the program. And the LRT lines are resourced, these rec facilities, because they're active, because we're still actively doing the design on them. We have the resources to support, and if we get a crunch, then we would use some of our industry partners to support from a project management perspective.
Just augment on a short-term basis.
That's correct.
And maybe to put too fine a point on it, but that's where the flexibility in being able to hire a consultant from time to time helps you out a little bit.
It does. It helps us keep the kind of baseline resourcing needs, and where we have these swells, we're able to use industry to help us.
Just switching back just quickly to that April 8th memo, I believe that memo spoke to projects that were approved following the 2020 operating and budget adjustments, operating capital budgeting adjustments. So it may not include Lewis Farms. It may not include Ambleside. I'm not quite sure. Just so you know.
Yeah, that's correct. It only includes capital projects currently under construction.
Right. So there might be a little bit of dusting off there. But thank you for that. That'd be great. That's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So just a few follow-up questions about Rundle. So Mr. Laughlin, can you just tell me a little bit more about the geotechnical issues at Rundle? And I know the exact roller coaster that you're referring to.
So I don't know the specific geotechnical issues other than it was a park road, and so the level of pavement structure or design that went into it was certainly different than what we would have used for sort of a local road or an arterial road. And so over the years, that's just been compounded, so to speak, with some of those issues. And I don't know if either Mr. Malifster or Ms. Ladisser have the specific geotechnical issues, but I recall that they've been long-standing sort of issues that we've had with that road.
Right. Thank you. And just to clarify, so this is purely about replacement. We're not actually, expanding a parking lot or adding.
Correct. It's renewal.
Great. And then in terms of funding sources, so for the actual road rehab, correct me if I'm wrong, we're looking at, I think it was 9 million from MSI and pay-as-you-go $1 million?
I'd have to confirm here.
Okay. Just want to make sure that, that a pretty significant portion of that is MSI.
Councillor Salvador, you are correct. It's projected 9 million MSI, 1 million for pay-as-you-go.
Okay, and then also in the context of Rundle, I'm wondering, the ACT Rec Center is also being rehabbed. I know that there is a scope change involved, but I'm wondering, what is the existing spend on that? Because that's been under works for a while, right?
Yeah, I'll ask Mr. Malifsta to provide that. It sadly, during that also was, had a fire at the same time, so it's been compounded by that. So Jason, I don't know if you're on the line and you could provide that.
I'd have to track that down. I don't have the exact number on that.
Okay, and that's fine if you don't have exact, but just I'm understanding that a fairly significant amount of work has already gone onto ACT, and this is a relatively small scope change.
Correct.
Okay,
That's correct.
Great, thank you. And then just in general, so would the road rehab itself, would you say it's kind of complementing some of the investments that are already happening in Rundle?
Yeah, the work is being sequenced in a way that essentially trying to mitigate some of those service level impacts to the public and to patrons of the park.
Okay, that's all, thank you.
For Rundle, it's in the order of magnitude of $8 million and supplemented with the adjustments that we're talking about here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Can you move the next round for,
Yep, so moved.
seconded by?
Second.
Councillor Stevenson. Please vote to have us another round of questions. Eh?
We have all the votes, Mr.
Thank you so much. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
I think I'm getting close. A very quick few questions.
No, go ahead. Take your time.
One question is regarding the LRT expansion. So I just want to confirm, and then in this 2022 budget adjustment, we don't have an increase and for the budgeting for the LRT expansion, right? So because so far right now, what I can say the percentage is 33% of our budget goes to LRT extension.
So there is no change recommended in this budget for LRT funding at this point.
Thank you. That is what I want to know. So the last question is about emerging items. I do notice we have the one project and actually under phase one. So that is Edmonton and Strathcona County pedestrian bridge. And we have funded it in the 2019 and 2022 funding budgeting cycle. So that is $2.9 million. So that one is already approved and exists. Is that right?
The design component of it is?
The phase one.
Yes, that's correct.
So right now, and so that phase one, and then how much completion or how much expenditure already happened, and for this $2.9 million. I do understand that we have partnership funding and with this project as well.
So your question is?
Where we are right now.
What have we spent?
Yeah.
I'll see if Ms. Lattis approximately 30% of that.
80%.
30.
30%. So that is why, is that fair to say that is why, and then we are during this adjustment process, we're unfunded for the phase two because only 30% of phase one is completed.
Well, what we're identifying is that we're, per the PDDM, we're in the design phase to get us to a point where we've got a greater understanding of the delivery phase. But we're including it in here to alert council that there will be a future budget requirement to support the delivery of this project. And the values are identified on the attachment.
Is that safe to say, and we will be expected to increase and in 2023, 2026 budgeting cycle for this project?
I would think so, unless we get to a point where we're able to bring that to council in the spring 2022 SCBA. But I would think it would be part of 23 to 26.
Okay, thank you. That's my question. Thank you very much for all your answers.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Jans?
Thank you. So what I feel is kind of missing with a couple of these asks is a greater sense of strategic alignment. For example, when the 2019 council had the decision to renew the lease for the Mayfair Golf Course, was there consideration given to the future of Hawrelak Park and say joint parking considerations between either the golf course or the Hawrelak Park site? Hearing none, I'll keep going then. So there seems to be a broader conversation about the privatization or the sale of certain golf courses that came up in Reimagine last year. There's a conversation about creating through the federal government the national park. There's a conversation about moving away from parking minimums and trying to have more transit-oriented opportunities for recreation. And I see, while these are separate profiles, they're part of a bigger conversation about the River Valley and public space and public recreation and amenities. So I'm very apprehensive here in year 4 of the capital budget to approve what is not an insignificant expenditure, both of finance and also time and energy for Hawrelak Park and also for Rundle Park. And I realize I'm sorry, I'm inadvertently slipping into debate, which I don't mean to do, but I'm just trying to get a sense of where the strategic alignment is between all of these different pieces, like the golf courses or these 2 park spaces.
So these 2 park spaces that we're identifying are renewal projects. That's maintaining our assets. That is part of council policy. The infrastructure strategy identifies ensuring that we're maintaining our assets. The recommendations on Hawrelak Park and Rundle Park Rundle Park Road are exactly that. They're maintaining the infrastructure that we have based on council policy related to ensuring that we maintain our assets and ensuring that we're not getting into a situation where we're in a fail mode, but rather we're in a preventative rehabilitation mode.
But it's not just maintenance, though, in the case of Hawrelak. Like, there is some expanded parking stalls. They're looking at the theater. There's some other value add being contemplated here, right?
There are some other improvements that are identified on the basis of the ability to leverage the work that's being planned from a renewal perspective and provide opportunities for growth improvements, yes.
Yeah. I have no doubt that administration has been very careful and thoughtful in their analysis to date. However, as a councillor, I'm just not seeing the broader thread between the passage of the new city plan, the climate emergency motion that we passed, the ongoing conversations about the River Valley, and then these what feels like a bit of a piecemeal conversation. And this is something that I think we probably as council need to talk about together. But as it stands right now, unless I'm missing a document here or something, I'm struggling with the risk of approving one piece that may limit our future opportunities.
Just wanting to confirm what the question is.
Well said. Well said, sir. Is there an additional like strategic plan for the River Valley for the parks for Hawrelak or something that may have been presented to a past council?
Go ahead, Stephanie.
Councillor Jans, we're working on updating the Ribbon of Green plan right now, and we'll be back to Urban Planning Committee in Q1 or Q2 with an update on that.
Okay, then what would be the opportunity cost of deferral of those supplementary items until after we have that conversation and a chance to maybe move these items in the spring?
Well, so for Horlack Park, what you're approving is the ability for us to continue the design, and it's part of our renewal program. So I would suggest that delaying that is probably not advisable. If you feel like, as council, you don't want to undertake the improvements on Rundle Park Road, that would just mean, again, the ongoing operation of that roadway with the potential for impact and service level degradation. So I think maybe I'll say this, Councillor Jans, from a city plan perspective, from a prioritization perspective, from maintaining assets in alignment with council policy, these are recommendations that I think administration stands behind and would continue to support going into the spring.
And if I could just answer, I just answer the question on the Mayfair lease? So at the time that the Mayfair lease was extended, and it was an extension, not a new lease, it was at the request of the tenant to facilitate infrastructure investments, and we did not contemplate joint parking issues.
Thank you for that. And Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to get some context, I think, for the benefit of especially those that are listening in or may watch this afterwards. Can you give me a little bit of a historical context of capital spending within the city over the last 20 years in terms of the kind of deficit? Because there's a question about why so many infrastructure projects now, but my understanding, or maybe I'm wrong too, but my understanding is that there was sort of a real hard line on not spending on a lot of capital, and then we end up in this space where you have a lot of those facilities that are in a D's or F condition. You have roads that are in conditions where and then now we are in this space of, yes, there's a lot of projects, and we've got a lot of ground to cover to make sure we're even keeping up at regular standards. Is my understanding correct?
Yeah, I think in the 80s and 90s, there was a bit of an approach to be cautious with spending, and that was specifically around infrastructure and asset management or maintaining the infrastructure that municipalities have. And I wouldn't say it's exclusive to the city of Edmonton. I think many. Then I think the understanding of those impacts became clearer. Certainly the provincial government supported that with the Municipal Sustainability Initiative because there was a recognition that there was a sort of a state of repair concern for municipalities within Edmonton or within Alberta, and municipalities themselves identified the need. Previous councils, a lot of credit should go to them. The Neighborhood Renewal Program was an example where they took an innovative approach to utilize tax levy for the greater good in the city to address some of the maturing neighborhoods that needed necessary infrastructure improvements. So since 2009, there's been a committed effort by council to invest in aging infrastructure because it ensures that the assets that you have remain in a good state of repair so that you're not spending your money twice, so to speak, in terms of providing maintenance and maintenance and maintenance until you get into a rebuild perspective. You could take an approach of run to failure, but the data that we have shows that that's not a cost-effective use or not a cost-effective way to maintain your assets. So I think it's the challenge that you have when you go from a small city to a big city is that your asset inventory grows, and therefore you need to invest in those assets.
And I would just add that until 2002, the city really had a strict pay-as-you-go policy, and we didn't use debt, and so that significantly constrained the amount of work that you could do on your capital.
So it's a combination of, that historical perspective on capital spending, and then what I'm hearing is the increase in size of the city of Edmonton, both in terms of land mass and in population. Is that correct?
And in assets themselves.
And in assets themselves. So can you just for clarity, for when you say assets, can you give a few examples of what you mean by that?
Facilities, road infrastructure, park infrastructure, LRT infrastructure, infrastructure that we assume by developers building in the communities, inherited infrastructure, infrastructure that we're talking about Orange Hub, infrastructure that we purchase for an intended use. Those all add to the inventory of assets that do require maintenance and capital renewal.
So of the projects and the capital adjustments that are in front of us today, can you give me a rough estimate of, in the totality of all of our assets, what percentage of assets are we talking about being rehabilitated here in this specific supplementary? A rough estimate. I know you probably don't have those numbers off the top of your head.
I don't. Yeah, I apologize. I don't think I can because of just the number of assets, the totality of assets that we have. So that's certainly something we can take away and see if we can quantify from a.
But it's fair to say that it is a small percentage in the grand total of assets that we have within the city. That we're like, because it's 12 that we've got on that list.
Correct.
Yeah.
I guess in that context, in terms of the additions that we're talking about in totality, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I won't try any jokes. It's a good conversation. And the thing that it's bringing to mind is maybe we can talk a little bit about the fact that I can understand a lot of the concerns of fellow councillors, and that is we want to be prudent with the budget. There's a lot of asks and a lot of needs, and looking for ways to shave down costs at every opportunity and find out what is actually a priority and what isn't. And I get that. But should we have a little faith in you that you wouldn't be bringing anything forward that actually wasn't a high priority for council to approve funding for?
Well, as I said earlier, I think these are our recommendations, but we totally appreciate their perspectives on council for considering those recommendations. But yeah, we don't take these recommendations lightly, and absolutely they're informed by the data, the condition information that we have, the rigor that we've put into ensuring that what we're putting in front of you is the best recommendation based on the information available. Absolutely, but we totally respect that you want to have the conversation about relative priorities from each of your perspectives. That's
and so if those priorities are like the priorities of councils from 20, 30 years ago, where their priority was not maintenance, their priority was just low tax rates, we could kick that maintenance can down the road. We could see our roads crumble. We could see our assets crumble. We could see things go to point of failure and then have to spend enormous amounts of money on future councils to have to mitigate those particular priorities that we had now, if we chose to do something like that. Yeah,
you could actually, and I'll go back. It wasn't that long ago that we actually, with council, made a decision not to invest in the degree of arterial renewal that we probably should have, and we had some concerns being raised by our public fairly that there were additional potholes, and so I believe it was last budget cycle that council added back in, based on the discussion with administration, an additional $20 million for ongoing arterial renewal. So it was recent that we had an experience where we reduced the level of investment, and we experienced the outcome of that.
Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, I remember that. There's also this idea out there that maybe we're providing less services now, but asking for more money. But I think that that's actually reversed. We tend to try to lower taxes more and more so that we're operating as thin as possible and yet the demand and the provision of services is only increasing. Isn't that right?
I think that's a
And
fair
so,
characterization.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think that's a fair characterization.
Yeah. And so what we're really talking about, like, so for example, I have full compassion for everyone who may be affected by a potential council decision on Horlock Park, for example. But we're in a position where we have to optimize resources, optimize time, optimize results. And so, if we stretch out, for example, for 10 years and have partial closures so that people can kind of use the park, that's one option, but it's certainly not an optimized option. The optimized option is the one you brought before, is close it for 3 years, get it done, and then it's good to go. And no one's operating for 10 years at half strength or half power, as far as usage of the park goes. Is that sort of like the idea that you're bringing to us?
Yeah, it is, absolutely, and it's also reflective of just the scale of renewal that's required in that park based on the area that's available within that park. And again, not something that we like to do, but the practicality of being able to provide certainty for those events and complete the work that's required. Our best recommendation is to take the approach that we've identified, knowing that we can work with them to find alternate locations for their events. Similar path we took with the events that were planned when we were renewing City Hall Square, Churchill Square, and we had the LRT construction going on. We relocated Taste of Edmonton, the works, to allow that construction to happen, get it done as quickly as possible so that they could return to a site that they knew they were coming back to.
Yeah, there's so much more I could say, and I even have like an extra round before I catch up to everyone, but I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. So that concludes our questions on the capital supplemental adjustments. I understand that there's a presentation that you would like to make leading up to the questions on the operating budget, right? So
Yes, correct, Your Worship.
and that's
Yeah,
about half an hour, 45-minute long, I understand, right?
That would be, yep. We can.
So is it okay with council that we take a break now?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I believe there's one more name on the board for questions.
Sorry, I had a question. What happens?
Michael,
What happens?
Michael, if in order for you to ask question, you would need to do another round.
Can I ask a process question? When we are done now, this item, like if we have exhausted our questions today, is there another opportunity to ask questions about capital before coming back to vote on it?
So there will be amendments to capital and operating during that time. If you have questions related to that particular amendment, you'll be able to ask questions on that.
And we can ask questions of administration. It's not just of each
Yes,
other.
yes.
We can
No,
go back and forth.
absolutely. You can ask questions to administration. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Okay, so is it okay that we take a break now? Is everyone cool with that? And we back in 15 minutes, and that give you time to prepare?
Mayor Sohi, I have a phone call at 3:30.
Okay, Councilor Cartmel, you know how long that call is going to, or we can.
Hopefully not too long, but it just runs the risk that I miss part of the presentation and I have questions, that's all.
Okay, then I would suggest, can you go now with the presentation? Yeah, I think it's appropriate that we recognize if somebody has scheduled a call in the break that we do not violate that. So we carry on. We'll carry on and we'll break at 3:30. Then you would have to
If we just need
resume.
to pause partway through
got
the
it.
presentation, we can come back to finish.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Good. No, thank you for telling us that, Councilor Cardinal. Cool. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, Your Worship and Council, thanks for the opportunity. We thought it was really important to share some essential information before you start asking questions about the operating budget. And this really is going to speak to the issues of managers, supervisors, some of the work that you've heard about, and some of the work we have planned ahead, as well as the use of consulting services. And so there's a few adjustments we want to talk about. We want to make sure you have the full background on our most recent actions and work that's in progress with respect to workforce composition. We're certainly wholly committed to delivering an excellent employee experience in all its dimensions, but we also have heard the city auditor and council, both the previous council and this council, and the public in terms of making sure we strike the right balance of managers versus frontline workers. And we also want to give you some clear contextualization of the use of external services for a variety of city programs and services. And we are also prepared to answer questions, if you have any, about the tax tolerance survey, which was shared with council yesterday in a memo as part of this discussion as well. So having said that, I'm now going to ask Ms. Armstrong to lead us in this presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Andre. Good afternoon, Council. Next slide, please. Oh, no, we're good. So it's important to highlight that the size and scope of the city's workforce reflects the variety of programs and services we deliver to Edmontonians. As previously mentioned, 73 services, 180 sub-services, 950 types of jobs. As of September 30th, the city has an FTE count of 10,934. That's the workforce within our leadership purview and excludes Edmonton Police, Edmonton Public Library, and other agencies that report to council. And these FTEs translate into an active employee headcount of 11,999 people. Of course, our workforce includes both unionized and out-of-scope FTE funded through various sources depending on the function they support. Next slide, please. With our business outcomes focused on service, 51% of operational spending is on personnel, and I'm going to give you some details about our workforce. One potential measure of efficiency is the ratio of employees to the population we serve. And in this slide, we see the city's tax-supported FTEs per 1,000 population from 2001 to 2021, and a downward trend in recent years, despite an increase in services through new capital projects. Our geographic expansion, which you've just talked about, is also relevant. The city's urban footprint has increased by 12,000 hectares between 1996 and 2016, which translates into additional maintenance and operations for roads, sidewalks, parks, waste, transit, and other services. In response to the city's economic environment, Council shifted its fiscal policy over the past 3 years to ease the growth of city spending and taxation, significantly reducing FTEs per 1,000 pop from 14.5 in 2018 to 13.45 in 2021. This was achieved through efficiencies as well as FTE reductions. Over the 2019 to 2022 period, we undertook significant position eliminations. The council approved operating budget for this cycle eliminated 551.9 FTEs, amounting to $49.9 million in operating budget savings per year. The budget decisions by council to bend this trend line downward over the past 3 years are a reflection of fiscal prudence in response to reduced tax tolerance in the community. Next slide, please. Headcount refers to the total number of employees working at the city and includes full-time and part-time. So each employee is counted as one, regardless of the hours they work or their employee status. The headcount is translated from the City of Edmonton's budgeted FTE and excludes employees on long-term leave or temporary layoff. So permanent employees are folks who complete the required probationary period of a perm position and can be full-time or part-time, although almost all are full-time. Provisional employees complete the required hours of temporary city service in a 3-year period within the scope of their collective agreement, and about 60% of these folks are full-time. And temporary employees fill a position on a temporary or seasonal basis for a predetermined time period. This includes part-time and ongoing employees who work less than the hours required for provisional or permanent status, and more than 2/3 of these folks are part-time. So when you look at all of this in totality, more than 3/4 of our total workforce is permanent. Since 2018, there has not been a significant change in the number of permanent employees, so less than a 1% decrease. However, because of the reductions in provisional and temp employees, permanent employees now make up a larger proportion of our workforce, 77% today versus 72% in 2018. The reduction in temporary and provisional employees can be attributed to a number of factors, which we can elaborate on if asked. Please also note we have significant fluctuations in active headcount due to seasonal variations in business lines, and we peak in the summer with about 13,000 FTEs. Next slide, please. This slide shows the breakdown of our unionized and out-of-scope FTE for the past 5 years. It is broken out by management leadership classification, the professional series, these are folks like engineers, solicitors, professional technical experts, finance managers, HR professionals. Out-of-scope confidential, which would typically be a unionized job classification, however, they meet an Alberta Labour Relations Board exclusionary criteria, so are out of scope, and our unionized roles. A full-time equivalency FTE is the hours and associated costs worked by one employee on a full-time basis in a budget year. Our city's org structure and jobs continually evolve to address growing and changing demands from council and Edmontonians. And through this evolution, our workforce composition, in terms of the overall proportion of in-scope and out-of-scope FTEs, has remained fairly constant during the 2018 to 2021 time period. As shown in this visual, as of September of this year, our workforce is distributed as follows. 87.3% of our perm FTEs are in scope unionized, of which 8.7% of the city's perm FTEs are in scope unionized supervisors, and 78.6% are in scope unionized employees. The remaining 12.7% are out of scope, which fall into 3 groups. 7.2% of our perm out of scope FTEs are in the professional technical stream, 4.6% are management leaders, and 0.8% are out-of-scope confidential classifications. Next slide, please. This slide shows how the City of Edmonton's ratio of unionized and out-of-scope employees compares to Calgary and the Government of Alberta. We take a cautious approach when using comparator data to justify the proper alignment of unionized and out-of-scope FTE in any organization, because many factors influence this ratio, including the type of work and services delivered, complexity, oversight required, and the fact that some organizations are supported by other government departments and agencies, so there is an interplay of resources which can impact the ratio. For example, pure public sector organizations are subject to different jurisdictional legislation, such as the Public Service Employees Relations Act, which designates HR, finance, and IT differently, which can change the ratios of up to 5%. Taking all of these factors into account, we are confident that our workforce ratio does not suggest an imbalance. Next slide, please. Now you have a sense of who works for the city, and I want to share some background on how we're organized. In November 2019, we adopted the Organizational Design Framework, which I'm going to call the ODF for short, to provide leadership with respect to the protocols, processes, templates, and tools to consistently and effectively structure our workforce. Because every municipality delivers different services, as we've discussed already, there's no one-size-fits-all structure. And the scope, variety, and complexity of the services delivered by the City of Edmonton necessitates a framework that's flexible enough to support the work of all our departments. The ODF was developed after extensive research into best practices in other public sector organizations and consultation with several subject matter experts. It balances the need for consistency and structure with the understanding that unique circumstances may require additional consideration. All organizational designs undertaken since this framework was approved in November 2019 have been consistent with it. Layers, otherwise known as strata, refers to a corporate hierarchical structure that defines the number of supervisory layers within the organization. Having the right number of layers creates better clarity in the differentiation of roles and accountabilities at different levels and optimizes effective decision-making and communication. Based on stratified systems theory, a best practice review, and jurisdictional scan, a maximum of 7 layers should exist between a frontline position and the city manager, as demonstrated in this slide. Equally as important as the number of layers is the composition of these layers. Of the 7 layers, a maximum of 5 should be management. The number of layers may vary within business areas depending on complexity, diversity of operations, size of the business area, geographical dispersion of employees, or the structure of the union classification frameworks applicable within the area. Our framework does allow for variations from the 7-layer structure based on these reasons. So for example, Edmonton Transit Service, which is composed of more than 2,000 employees, has 8 layers. This is very much aligned with other transit organizations. In terms of span of care, current practice recommends that the span of care, which is the number of direct reports for each supervisor, should fit the type of service provided by the organizational unit. So having an optimal span of care for each supervisory position helps ensure the supervisor has the capacity to support their employees and maximize their level of engagement and productivity. The application of a one-size-fits-all ratio would undermine modern best practices of organizational design. So to give you an example, a supervisor overseeing a call center with employees who have very structured policies to guide their work could manage more employees than a specialized engineer who has a full workload of their own. Our 311 team leads supervise between 10 and 20 employees, while many of our project managers and engineers who manage large capital projects have no direct reports. So a number of factors are considered when reviewing spans of care, including percentage of time dedicated to supervision, diversity of functions overseen, operational and shift work, knowledge and specialization required for the position, geographic location of employees, the existence of structured guidelines and policies, and the degree of complexity and risk. Next slide, please. So you've seen this graphic before, and as an organization, we've evolved from a simple definition of supervisor based on title to a definition based both on the work performed and the behaviors or competencies we expect of a high-performing and agile workforce. Through our work to serve Edmontonians, we say we are all leaders. Every day, we make choices to do our best work in serving our diverse communities. And as you can see in this visual, our leaders of service, which are our frontline employees, comprise the majority of our workforce. In addition to being leaders of service, some employees are also in formal leadership roles, and we call them leaders of people. You will see in this graph that of the 1,610 leaders of people at the city, 933 are unionized. We also have formal leadership roles with greater complexity. So those who lead other leaders are our directors. Those who lead ideas and strategy for a branch are our branch manager. And those leading the organization's strategic priorities are the executive leadership team. We have become increasingly rigorous in our expectations of people leaders at the city. We hold our leaders accountable for both building high-performing and respectful teams, and for the results they deliver. Next slide, please. Here we have a high-level overview of the role of leaders and leaders of people at the city. So our leaders of leaders lead employees, union and out of scope, who supervise staff. Their role is to ensure that the supervisors are supported to lead day-to-day operations in a manner that meets our corporate objectives. They also translate information from the corporation into direction specific to their operations, and they are responsible for supporting a safe and respectful work environment. Our leaders of people also, possibly union or out of scope, supervise employees who deliver services. They lead day-to-day operations, oversee customer relations, assign work, and resolve issues. They also monitor employee performance and make sure that the employees have the tools and training needed to work safely and effectively. Very importantly, at the city, our expectations of our leaders have evolved considerably over the last few years. They go beyond simply directing the work of others, the functional responsibilities you see in the center column, that are critical to delivering day-to-day services and meeting legislative requirements. An individual's direct supervisor is one of the biggest factors in employee engagement through every stage of the employee journey. We've heard very clearly and unequivocally through engagement surveys and conversations with our employees that having active and visible supervisors matters. Employee engagement has a tremendous impact on our ability to be productive, provide a superior level of service, support employee wellness, and attract and retain diverse, high-caliber talent. Supervising another human being in a way that truly empowers them to do their very best work and prepares them for future roles takes dedicated time and effort. If we truly want to be a relationship-based city and support a respectful workplace, we have to continue to elevate our view of our leaders. They have a transformational impact on a modern workforce, and that's why they go beyond the functional realm of traditional supervisor. We expect transformative efforts from our leaders, and you will see those listed in the right column. You can see themes in these responsibilities of a more human-centered style of leadership, which we articulate through our leadership competencies. We expect them to support a caring and positive culture and create a psychologically safe environment. We want them to take the aspirations of City Council and ELT regarding equity, diversity, and inclusion and put them into practice in the workplace. They are expected to create collaborative and effective teams, set clear expectations, and take the time to have meaningful conversations with employees about their development needs and future career goals. So our leaders go beyond supervising. They empower their employees with the skills, knowledge, and environment they need to deliver results. And that's how we continue our evolution into a future way of working, the one that you expect and Edmontonians deserve. Next slide, please. The Office of the City Auditor's Part 1 Performance and Productivity Audit Management Staffing Analysis, that's a very long title, was presented to City Council in September of 2020. In response to the audit findings, Council passed a motion requiring administration to create 2 scenarios to reduce supervisor FTEs by 5%, which is 92 FTEs and $13.2 million, and 10%, which is 184 FTEs and $26.4 million. I'm pleased to share that we have undertaken a number of initiatives to achieve a reduction in supervisor FTEs. Highlights include applying a permanent position and vacancy management strategy. So as supervisor positions became vacant, they underwent a rigorous review to ensure the role was needed and critical to support efficient and effective service delivery. Also, that the span of care was appropriate, that the job description was up to date, and the position was appropriately classified. And all of this was done before the role was approved to move to recruitment. We also ensured that supervisor FTE were reduced as part of the Council-approved 2019-2022 budget reduction. We centralized many of our corporate shared services functions, which you've heard about, to improve alignment and harness efficiencies. We conducted a review of department org structures in alignment with the ODF, which is continuous work, and we implemented a voluntary workforce transition program for out-of-scope and CSU 52 employees to minimize the impact of permanent layoffs to the greatest extent possible. Next slide, please. And I think you have a handout. Yes, thank you. Before I begin to talk to this slide, I would like you to please kindly refer to this handout that has been provided to you. The audit analysis highlights a fundamental difference in the definitions used by the auditor and administration for the terms frontline supervisor and middle management. This is important to note because in order to make accurate comparisons, we need to clearly identify the group of people to which we are referring. So, by way of additional context, the auditor's report defines a supervisor as any employee with a direct report, even one direct report, regardless of how much of their time is spent supervising. The city defines a supervisor as any employee who spends more than half their time leading and supervising employees. Of course, this includes unionized and out-of-scope employees. The auditor's report defines a middle manager as any employee who supervises another supervisor. The city does not use the term middle manager as it does not align with our current classification structure nor the leadership framework. For example, within the group described as middle managers in the auditor's report, there are 41 different classifications, including both unionized and out-of-scope roles, such as management leaders, subject matter experts, and technical experts. They would include, for example, general supervisors, senior engineers, garage forepersons, waste reduction supervisors, district fire chiefs, and roadway maintenance supervisors. I can advise that mid-level city staff are supervisors, project leaders, and technical experts, both unionized and out of scope. The criteria for the supervisor and management leader classifications at the city go beyond the number of direct reports and include time devoted to directing the work of others. Middle manager positions as defined by the OCA increased from 2018 to 2020 but have since declined. There are now as many middle manager positions today as there were in January 2018. When looking at specific types of positions, there are actually more unionized middle manager positions today than there were in 2018, an increase of 15%. The growth in unionized middle managers is spread across a wide range of positions, including waste supervisor, community services team leader, and roadway maintenance supervisor. This increase is offset by a reduction in out-of-scope middle manager positions. It's also important to note that this group consists of approximately 22% unionized positions. Next slide, please. This slide shows the total number of supervisor positions reduced, representing 145 FTEs, in relation to Council's reduction targets in a way that is comprehensive, transparent, and accurate. The two lines represent the 5% and 10% targets I spoke of earlier. To date, we have achieved a net reduction of 99 supervisor FTE as per the pure application of the OCA methodology, and an additional 46 FTE not reflected in the OCA progress update, which include 10 FTE which are classified as management anomalies, 8 supervisory FTE, which were approved in the 1922 operating budget, but not reflected in the OCA data, 24 FTE considered staff by the OCA, where their classification includes supervision, and 4 supervisory FTE who were reallocated to the corporate pool prior to being eliminated. Working in consultation with financial and corporate services and employee services representatives, senior leaders have reviewed each and every one of their supervisory positions. These positions that were reduced were funded through a variety of sources, so capital, utility reserve, and tax levy. The jurisdictional impact of the reductions are as follows. Management or out of scope were the greatest number of FTE identified, totaling 81. Unionized supervisor FTE reductions totaled 64. And the net reduction of 99 FTEs represents an overall reduction of 13% of senior management FTE, 8.5% of middle manager FTE, and 3.7% frontline supervisor FTE. Importantly, the balance of supervisor reductions will be accomplished over the course of this remaining budget cycle. To be clear, this ongoing work will reduce the number of supervisors, but not result in significant budget savings or a further reduction in the number of FTE. This work will include leveraging reductions remaining that result from the implementation of program and service recommendations, further 2021-2022 already committed budget reductions, and a best practice review of span of care, which involves updating the conditions of supervisory roles. So this work, this span of care work, will result in a reduction in the total number of supervisors and will ensure that this group has an increased focus on transformational leadership. So we will be applying a department-specific multi-layer review process to do this best practice span of care review. It also requires mentioning that arbitrarily targeting vacant supervisor positions for elimination has a high risk of undermining ongoing work. And that is why we are taking a thoughtful, fact-based strategic approach to the reduction of supervisory positions. Next slide, please. This chart shows the breakdown of FTE for January 2018 to September 2021 based on the city auditor's definition of staff and supervisor. As I said, a supervisor is anyone who supervises one other person. As per OCA methodology, management anomalies are excluded from the supervisor numbers. So from 2018 to 2020, the total FTE increased and supervisors accounted for a higher share of that increase, going from 14.7 in 2018 to 16.2 in 2020. And over the past year, in order to meet budget reduction targets and our heightened focus on supervisor numbers, our total FTE decreased, with proportionately more supervisor FTE reductions than staff. Next slide, please. The previous slide outlined the supervisor staff breakdown and demonstrated the downward trend in the number of supervisors in alignment with the council motion. This slide shows the current distribution of the different types of managers, staff, and total FTE across the departments. This is where we were at on September 30th. As per application of OCA definitions and methodology, this represents a total reduction of 109 supervisor and management anomaly FTE in the last 12 months. Of note, of the 1,742 supervisor FTE, 54% are unionized. Next slide, please. In addition to typical HR operations, our Employee Services Department focuses on improving corporate culture and enhancing our employees' experiences through a multiplicity of initiatives such as the Art of Inclusion, the Employee Recognition and Appreciation Framework, work around psychological safety, employee performance, leadership development, and learning and growth. The org structure is crucial to the positive employee experience, and the right structural supports enable staff to do their best work. We'll continue to implement and evolve the organizational design framework and provide a consistent approach to our organizational structures. We are also implementing a new modernized job architecture system, which reviews all jobs within the city and will enable consistent, clear, and defensible evaluation of job responsibilities within a proven global methodology. And lastly, we're launching Enterprise Commons, which will be our enterprise resource planning system, and will allow us to simplify how we work with respect to finance, human resources, and supply chain management. Together, these initiatives will ensure that we have the right people doing the right work with the right working conditions to be successful. To conclude, I want to bring this large body of work back to our overarching goal of a positive employee experience in all its dimensions. The shape of our organization is designed to support our employees and enable them to focus on serving Edmontonians. Over to you, Stacey.
I'll pause here given the time.
Yes, okay. So is that it then? Or
When we return from the break, I
okay,
can
well,
do the
we'll come
remainder.
back. Yeah, okay. We'll come back at 3:45. I would like to call this meeting back to order. And I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Present.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hello.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Hello.
I'm here, Councillor Hamilton,
Hello.
Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon again.
Councillor Jans,
Hello.
and Councillor Paquette, you're there now, right? Good. See, yep, okay. All right, do you wanna carry on with the rest of the presentation?
Yes.
Okay.
An important part of the employee experience that Ms. Armstrong just covered is empowered employees. All city staff members are integral to ongoing continuous improvement. We rely heavily on frontline staff and their ideas for ways we provide better services. We have 3 primary mechanisms to listen and learn from staff. First are our innovation initiatives that seek out voices of staff to provide their input through both corporate and department channels. Second are continuous improvement processes, which build in idea generation from staff during improvement work. And finally are our ongoing employee engagement channels, where we listen to staff in daily, unstructured, and earnest means. I'll cover each of these in a bit more detail and how they work together to help us listen to employees. Next slide, please. First, we have several innovation initiatives. Last year, the city launched its first iteration of our Idea Lab, where we heard from over 550 frontline staff on their service ideas. This included a mechanism to provide updates and feedback to staff who provided ideas. Approximately 70% of the ideas were in progress, and many others have since been implemented. An updated version of the Idea Lab is currently being piloted by team members in our Service Innovation and Improvement branch. The full program is expected to roll out in early 2022. We also have departmental and branch light bulb initiatives and communities of practice that gather and build on innovative ideas and leading best practices. Our continuous improvement processes include our ongoing service review and improvement projects, the replacement for the completed program and service review, where we engage staff via workshops, surveys, interviews, and other mechanisms to not only hear their ideas, but also listen to understand their experiences. We also capitalize on staff expertise when it comes to improving processes as part of our regular continuous improvement work. For example, the Permit and Licensing Improvement Initiative has gathered 433 ideas from staff through workshops and emails. These ideas are captured, packaged together where they relate, assessed for feasibility, costs, and benefits, and the highest impact ideas are selected for implementation. Other examples where we changed service delivery based on employee feedback, input, and ideas include overhauling our pothole processes, completing the service location strategy, or our approach to community safety and well-being. Finally, our ongoing employee engagement channels include toolbox talks, daily worksite safety meetings, our Glint surveys, and one-on-one meetings between staff and their supervisors. Like any organization, there's always room for improvement on how we seek, listen, and improve our services based on the input and expertise of our talented employees. But we're seeing a positive shift. We recognize that all employees are leaders of service, and we are empowering them to truly lean into their expertise. We are seeing high participation in the idea generation campaigns, and we're seeing employees being recognized by their peers in our Cultural Commitment Awards for championing their ideas for improvement. We're not perfect, but we're on a great path, and it's a path wide enough for all 12,000 of us and our ideas. I'll move to the second part of today's presentation on external services. In the course of providing programs, services, and infrastructure, we rely on suppliers for their products, services, skilled and unskilled labor, expertise, tools, and equipment. Whatever service or skill we're contracting, at all times, city administration is setting the direction, goals, and making decisions on what we need to accomplish for Edmontonians. Next slide, please. Throughout the course of business, the city utilizes external services, defined as services provided by the private sector. The use of external services is necessary and critical in the delivery of many of our services to citizens. There are three main areas where the city deploys external services. Contract work, which consists of significant or multi-year contracts for civic services. This is where the city contracts for a specific service at specific levels. Examples in this category include snow removal, security, waste disposal, contracted moving services, parking operations, surveying, courier services, and towing and storage, to name a few. Contract work is the most prominent external service utilized by the city. Consulting and professional services relates to the provision of specialized services, studies, research, assessments, advice, and expertise. These professional services are used where staff resources are not available or do not possess the required expertise. Consulting and professional services used by the city include engineering, actuarial, audit, communication, financial, and environmental services. And lastly, general professional services are modest contractual arrangements for routine services or commodity goods. Included in this category is maintenance, janitorial, advertising, and minor consumables. Next slide, please. External services expenditures in the operating budget average $215 million annually, or an average of 9.9% of total expenditures over the 2016 to 2020 period. The majority of this, an average of $145 million or 6.7% of annual expenses, relates to contracted services. An average of $42 million or 1.9% of annual expenses is spent on general services. And an average of $27.6 million or 1.3% of annual expenses is for consulting and professional services. Next slide, please. External services on capital expenditures average $805.8 million annually, or 76.6% of the total capital expenditures over the 2016 to 2020 period. The majority of this, an average of $705 million or 66.7% of annual capital expenses, relate to contracted services. Contracted services include both labor and materials contracted through third parties. An average of $95.3 million or 9% of annual expenditures is spent on consulting and professional services, and $5.5 million or 0.5% of the annual expenses on general services. Next slide, please. In 2018, the city auditor conducted a consultant services review. The scope of this audit included all consultant services activities from 2013 to 2017 for city operations. The scope included all consulting activities related to the city of Edmonton and excluded consultant services incurred by the Edmonton Police Services and external boards like the Edmonton Public Library. 2 recommendations were generated from that review. Both are now complete, but I'll provide an overview of the work. The first recommendation was related to training and quality assurance and recommended the implementation of a training program for staff engaged in classifying transactions, especially relating to consulting services, that regular quality assurance reviews be conducted. In response, the Financial and Corporate Services Department committed to provide training. This training was focused in 3 areas: improving the internal controls, enhancing the training, and quality assurance processes. The implementation of SAP Ariba has provided an opportunity to establish improved account coding and controls. The system has been supporting our teams for a more accurate data entry for consulting and contract services. Account coding training is now one of the disciplines included in an automated procurement training and a focus of our enhanced training. On the enhanced training on the importance of accurate coding and the associated responsibilities. This is all now included and highlighted as part of our expenditure accountability framework training. And finally, for enhanced quality assurance, A review is currently provided for discretionary expenditure line items such as travel, training, hosting, contracts, and consulting. The second recommendation suggested a reduction in unplanned change orders. We recently completed an initiative to modernize procurement and contract management through an e-procurement system. In 2019, we implemented the contract management module, and in 2020-2021, we implemented the procure-to-pay transaction modules. With these systems, we brought higher automation and improved internal controls to consistently deliver many of the processes that were previously performed manually. In addition, several areas of the cities have either been recruiting or reallocating other professionals to be dedicated to contract management and better contract administration, which strengthens administration's oversight and stewardship. We continue to identify and improve our internal controls and processes and stabilize our systems. Next slide, please. This slide shows our progress to date on different initiatives contributing to improvements in our processes and controls. We're currently preparing for the launch of Enterprise Commons in 2022, which will provide the corporation with a common tool and standardized way of doing business across the organization. With Enterprise Commons, we will be able to significantly reduce miscoding by redesigning the chart of accounts, by creating new accounts only where necessary, and by combining duplicate accounts, and providing a better account description to improve accuracy for payment processing. As you may be aware, our capital projects use the project development and delivery model that supports comprehensive project planning on all capital initiatives. Improved procurement training is now available to assist staff in how to accurately and clearly define the scope of work. Business areas and corporate procurement staff are working closely on improving project estimations to avoid unplanned contract amendments. Within our vendor management strategy, each department has been working with their suppliers to identify cost savings and cost avoidance found within their respective contracts. We acknowledge and appreciate that many of our suppliers are facing enormous challenges at this time and are grateful to those who are able to work with us in any way they can reduce our spend. More information will be shared in the next slide on our vendor management strategy. In the area of supplier performance management, we developed and implemented new training for contract managers with an emphasis on regular supplier performance evaluation and ongoing contract management. The new supplier management program provides a standardized approach used to formally evaluate suppliers' performance on city contracts. Evaluating performance in a current contract will help administration evaluate supplier performance when new opportunities arise, helping us to ensure the best value is derived from all contracted services. This is a recent program and will be maturing over time. Due to the pandemic and in an effort to realize a 0% increase in 2021, consulting and contracted spending has decreased. Administration takes seriously the importance of carefully and thoughtfully managing our relationships and contracts with our suppliers, and we take seriously the necessity to be accountable for the work we do and to make the most of our spend. To name a few of our recent improvements, we'd like to reinforce that we've strengthened controls through documented administrative directives and procedures for procurement and contract management. We've increased transparency, consistency, and process compliance with documented procedures, guidelines, and systems, and we've trained staff to ensure consistent provision of services. In December 2018, Council approved a motion during the budget deliberation process that administration be directed to pursue a vendor management strategy for both operational and capital spends that would target to reduce the overall external services budget for both operating and capital as follows. Years 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022 proposed percentage reductions of 4%, 3%, 2%, and 1%. The total cumulative savings commitment through 2019 to 2022 is $22 million. To realize the savings identified by council, the following initiatives have been initiated. Cost-saving targets have been calculated for each department based on the current contract spend. A dashboard has been created to show progress against all savings identified and is populated by contract managers when savings have been negotiated. Reports are provided on a quarterly basis to provide increased awareness for departments to meet the targets identified. A vendor management toolkit has been developed to provide contract managers with greater awareness of cost-saving initiatives and to provide ideas and tips for negotiating cost savings into contracts. As a result of these efforts, administration is projecting a cost savings over the current budget cycle of $16.2 million, with additional projected cost avoidance of $48.8 million, resulting in a total savings and cost avoidance of $66 million. Much of the $16.2 million in cost savings were realized through previous budget reduction strategies over the course of 2019 to 2021. And I'll just move to the last item. Before we begin any operating budget questions or deliberations, there's a motion that council should make with respect to the EPCOR dividend. On November 30th, EPCOR announced that its annual dividend to the City of Edmonton will increase by $6 million starting in 2022. The increase was recommended by EPCOR's Board of Directors and was approved at the shareholder meeting on November 25th, 2021. The annual dividend will increase from its current amount of $171 million to $177 million starting in 2022. Prior to the start of the operating budget deliberations, City Council should make a motion and approve the increase EPCOR dividend. The suggested motion is included on this slide and will be provided to the City Clerk. In addition, the addition of the $6 million in additional revenues on an ongoing basis to the operating budget will decrease the current proposed tax rate increase by 1.8%. Of 1.8%, by 0.35%, resulting in a new 2022 proposed tax increase of 1.45%. That concludes our presentations. We're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much for the presentation. And is the copy of the presentation attached to any of our current agenda, or
it was sent out to you, but we're also going to put it into eScribe, and to Diligent, we'll also put it online.
Good. That's great. Thank you so much. Councillor Jans.
Yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. It's a lot to process and respond to after the day so far. My first question was about preferred vendor lists. Could you explain how those work?
So we don't have what's called a preferred vendor list, but we do have pre-authorized vendors who follow the procurement processes and become authorized vendors through those procurement processes.
I'm sorry, could you, one more time, could you clarify the difference?
So we don't call them, I guess it's terminology, we don't call them preferred vendor lists. What we do is any time that we require services, we follow our procurement practices and put out RFPs. The winner of those RFPs then become our suppliers.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And could you tell me about what percentage of repeat business goes to those folks?
So I can jump in, Stacy, if you don't mind.
Thank you.
This is Thiago Braga, acting branch manager here of CPSS, which is Corporate Procurement and Supply Services. So we do have a report that will go to council, I believe, in January about preferred supplier vendor lists. And to reinforce the message by Stacy, we use what we call standing arrangements, which basically is the same thing. We use only for a few specific scopes of work. And to get into our list of suppliers that are with those standing arrangements, we run competitive RFPs. Now, to answer your question about how recurring those are, we can elaborate more specifically on some of those that we have currently, but usually there is, as any public procurement, an opportunity for both, small, medium, and large organizations to be part of those arrangements.
Mhm. I think part of the concern that many of us heard during the election was that part of it was understanding that the work that's been done by administration to advance controls here, but also and following the advice of the auditor, but also for council to have just a greater understanding of when consultants were being used, and potentially a threshold of, say, $25,000 anytime there's a contract in excess of $25,000. Not that council should be approving it, but if it was even reported out to council and maybe a monthly basis, it would give councilors a better sense of how frequently consultants were being used. And in my experience, once decisions are made to report regularly, you can have an opportunity to examine, are there certain areas where we have maybe excessively been time after time or year after year going to consultants, and potentially this could be an area where admin we may need to staff up, or we may be able to do things more cost effectively in-house. So I'd be interested in hearing more about what sort of a threshold would be appropriate and how it could help better inform council, even in the short term, if we tried this on a semi-regular annual basis or something.
Absolutely. And one thing, just to make it clear, anything that is over $75,000, we are bound by trade agreements. Those trade agreements, require us to do competitive procurements anytime that it crosses that threshold. And we do have annual reports that we provide to council whenever, there are some exceptions to that rule. And also we are ready to, provide any information that council may wish to know more about.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I would say it seemed to be there was great understanding of how consultants had helped us in the capital side. It seemed more on the operational side that there was a heightened concern. And then secondly, I appreciated the presentation on, I'll just call it the role of management. But I was wondering if we had the opportunity for our staff groups to respond to that presentation or to provide their point of view. I'm concerned there seemed to be a number of, I don't have the quotes directly, but there seemed to be a number of things said that I would just like to make sure we're all on the same page, because I recall during actually last year or the year before, one of the union presidents actually came out and called for a mass layoff of managers. So I appreciate that leader may have been ill-informed or not sure, but I would like to hear the opportunity to respond to the presentation and what the path forward may be.
Well, that's completely up to council. When you say staff groups, do you mean the union presidents?
Yes.
That's the will of council to invite them here to comment. It's completely up to you as council.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Principe?
Yes, so you had mentioned about the possibility of someone on council bringing forward the motion of using the EPCOR dividend towards the tax levy. Now, is that something that would be done today or over the deliberations?
You can make that motion next week.
Yeah, there'll be, once we are done through all the questions and questions to police, when we go into making amendments, at that time, council will have choice to make amendments to whatever adjustments they want to see to the budget.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that you weren't suggesting that today. Not that you were suggesting it, but that you were...
Yeah, I think for us, because this came after, had we known about this ahead of time, it would have been included in the budget. Because this came after the budget was released, but before you deliberate, we need that motion to reflect it in the budget.
I see, thank you.
Yeah, so I think the earlier we get that motion considered and approved to put the $6 million in on an ongoing basis, you can tell us later what you want us to do with the $6 million based on other things, but right now officially, because we didn't have that information before.
Andre, can you speak up or move your mic closer?
Sorry. Yes, thank you. I just wanted to be clear that what the key motion here is just getting confirmation that we can add that 6 million as ongoing for the future. What you want us to do with that 6 million, you can figure out in the deliberations over the next couple of weeks. Either way, we have to accept the 6 million into as a revenue coming in.
So sorry, then I misunderstood, so I'm sorry.
Well, it would be helpful to us today before you start deliberating to include it, but you don't have to. But if you decide to do it later, then we'll just have to rework all the.
Yeah, but that will open up.
So, yeah, you can just, when you get to motions, you'll
Yeah.
you'll do this motion, someone should move this motion,
Yeah.
and this will be one of the first motions dealt with, because it's a reduction of the budget.
Like if you want to reduce it, like if you want to add to your ongoing, then.
Yeah, our suggestion would be that you pass the motion and reduce the tax levy, and then we deal with all reductions first, then we circle back and we deal with all additions to the budget.
We'll talk about it. Just get a better sense on that, how the process. Okay, cool. Karen, sorry, Councilor Principe, you have other questions on that? Or
No, that's good, thank you.
okay, good. Okay, Councilor Hamilton?
Thanks. I just had a quick question. Thank you for the update on the procurement report that's coming. I believe that was generated from the inquiry that Councillor Cartmel placed on my behalf. I just want to clarify that one of the things you're going to discuss is the policy around issuing those requests for vendors, pre-approved vendors, and how how those are issued and the frequency, your policies around that.
Yes, the report will cover all of that.
Wonderful, thank you. I look forward to a discussion in the new year about this issue. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Councilor Hamilton. Councilor Rice?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm so glad to see this presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation information. So regarding that $6 million motion, I provided the draft yesterday, and I would be happy to move that at the proper time. So I would like to say that. Regarding other two questions, the first question is about employee number in our city. I heard two numbers, and 13,000 and then 9,000. So which number is up to date?
Thanks, Councillor. On any given day, the number will be different because it is about the number of humans, if we're talking about head count at the city. The budgeted FTE number would be constant over a period of time, a certain period of time, but the active head count number changes probably by the minute.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you that. And so then which number we use and for the budgeting purpose?
The budgeted FTE number is the one we use, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. So another question is about the consultant cost. And so what is the average number, like cost for our consultant services annually, and specifically included in the operating budget?
So, so for external services in the operating budget, it's an annual of $215 million. That's what it's averaged over the last 4 years. Of that $215 million, $145 million is what we call contracted services. $42 million is what we call general services, and $27.6 million is what we call consulting and professional services.
So what is the percentage for these services and in terms of all the services we provided and in the city operating budget?
So what is that percentage of the total expenses in the operating budget?
Yeah.
So the $215 million is 9.9 of the total expenses.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Thank you. Thank you. That's my question.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you, and thank you for this presentation. There were a few things that I found very interesting within this, including the use of the stratified systems theory. And I'd like you to elaborate on why that theory has been selected as your benchmark for this model in which we base the city off of, and what are some known critiques of that theory?
Thanks, Councillor. I'm going to have Karen Zarski, who's the branch manager in charge of organizational development, design, and learning, answer this question as she has significant expertise in the area.
Thanks so much. So the stratified approach to organizational design is a absolute best practice in organizational design that's out there. I've looked at this in previous organizations that I've worked at. For an organization of this size and scope, I would say we are right in line in terms of leading where the organization is in terms of the levels of management and the different levels of strata. Because of the complexity of the business, I would say we're definitely on the leading edge for this.
Okay, that doesn't address my question. What are some of the critiques of this theory?
I know of none. Every organization has a strata system. It's a question of how many layers and what the size and scope.
Let's just stop right there, because there is critiques of hierarchy. In general, there's lots of concern about hierarchy and the concerns that exist around hierarchy. We know hierarchy is based off the industrial model, and we know that a lot of the theories on hierarchy, including this one, come out of between the 1950s and 1990s, and we're dealing in a very different world now. So I would just like to highlight that maybe I would say that you'd be hard-pressed to not find critiques of this theory, let alone hierarchies in general. So the reason I ask that is because I think when we're basing our entire model on a theory that is very, in my opinion, has lots of critiques on how it functions. You know, one that we know very well is around the iron wall of middle management. And I know we're very clear to not want to use the term middle management, but whatever you label it, we have middle management within the city of Edmonton. So you can label it something else, but if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's a duck. Sorry, I'm getting emotional because this is something that I heard so many times on the door from City of Edmonton employees on how toxic the work culture is right now. And I just sat here and listened for 45 minutes to a justification of how much improvement has happened and how good the environment and culture is, and that, yeah, there's a bit that can improve and all systems are a little bit, but we're on the right path. And that is absolutely counter to what I've heard from staff that are currently within the City of Edmonton and have real concerns about how we're addressing it. And I do think that there is a layer of management that is creating inefficiencies within this organization, and we heard that from residents that were not necessarily residents, but could see, or not necessarily employees, but could see that. So I found overall that the tone of the presentation was very much, you know, not in line with what I'm hearing in the community and what I'm hearing from staff.
Well, there's no question there. And like, with all due respect, if you don't believe us, I just don't know how to respond, Councillor. I mean, if you want us to go back and so I mean, I don't have a criticism of the system. If you want us to go back and listen to criticisms, I think it's a discussion. I just don't know how to respond in the moment to, clearly you don't like our system. And I will, so I'm just having a difficulty responding to, I get it, you criticize the system. If you want us to go provide alternatives to the system, we would have to go back and do some research on that, I guess. And so I'm sorry, I'm just not sure how to respond to the criticism because I don't see a question there. We've evaluated different options. We think this is a best practice. I certainly acknowledge some of the employee complaints because I hear them directly and we're working through that. And the presentation was not intended to, as you put it, to be I don't want to quote your words exactly, but, you know, we're not trying to cover up anything. We're not trying to suggest that we don't have employees that are not happy with every element of life. But, so I think we're have to think about, you know, what you want us to do, what council wants us to do as a result of that. So,
Yeah, and I want to just clarify that I just said that there was incongruence in what I heard in front of me today and what I've heard in other circles. So to me, that makes me, as a governor of this organization, have a bit of a flag as to why is there that incongruence. I will yield I'm over time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think this is in an area where we would have to do more work in order to come to a better understanding the work you're doing and the questions that we have and the questions that employees raise or questions that we heard during the campaign. I don't think it's a matter of distrust or anything. It's just a matter of spending a little bit more time understanding the work you're doing and then answering our questions related to that. It's just that's the sense I'm getting. It's, you know, we just need more. We have tons of questions on this, right? Not particularly today because of the presentation is just made to us today. We will have some time to absorb it during the next few days when we come back on the 8th, right, and have a little bit better understanding. But it's not like I don't like the question or Councillor Rutherford's frustration is not that is coming out of any misgivings or anything. It's more about we just want to understand it better, more on the work being done. And you're doing some work on this, right? So
yeah, certainly. I'd say, Your Worship, that you know we really wanted to talk about today what the auditor, the city auditor had said, and what we had done, and just because, and we think we've done everything considered of us for there, that doesn't necessarily talk to all the issues of morale and incongruence with every single employee.
Yeah.
And we do regular surveys of our employee to our employees to understand their perspective, and you know I'm certainly here to tell you that the employee experience has been challenging during COVID as well. With everything, and a lot of our recent criticisms from employees have been with respect to what I consider our occupational health and safety decisions that are tough decisions, like our vaccination policy, and that has, we've taken a hit on that in terms of employee satisfaction, quite frankly, and here in the city, but we also have an OH&S responsibility. And it's not, and I'm not to suggest that all the issues are that either.
No. Sometimes perceptions lead to people's views different ways, right? So anyways, okay.
And I just want one opportunity, because there's a lot to respond to here, but, you know, so one of the things we have tried to do, and we are working on, is this city manager's advisory committee that I meet with on a regular basis to try to get a bit more of a pulse on this and engage with some of the employees. And we continue to have resources out there for people to share their dissatisfaction with and work through some of the issues. I'm meeting with an employee this afternoon to talk about a very personal issue that employee had to go through to try to get a better understanding. So
good. Thank you. Councillor Stevenson?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pick up on some of the information shared earlier. So just a quick clarification. So the temporary employees, the about 1,600, that would include, you know, folks in CSU 52 on those 11-month contracts? Okay. And could you talk me through the cost impact differential for our organization between an FTE position and an 11-month contract in terms of benefits and other sort of staffing overheads that we have as an organization?
Sorry, Councillor. Georgina Fairbank is the Director of HR Strategic Services. She says the answer is approximately 20%. We have to get her mic plugged in, so that's the answer to your question.
Thank you. So, so an 11-month contract, you know, for those straight wage costs, it's about 20% more to have an FTE fill that position versus a temporary contract.
Correct.
Okay. And does that 20% account for the additional staffing costs associated with the hiring process? So that would be HR, like all the postings, all the hiring time, the onboarding. does it include that, or it's strictly sort of benefits and wages?
It would be benefits.
And
So your
wages.
benefit package.
Okay, so not really considering some of those bigger pieces, because I think that's something that I hear quite often, just in terms of those unaccounted for costs and having those 11-month contracts. So even there's this 20% sort of savings, it's I don't know that true savings is there.
One of the pieces that I'd like to emphasize is that some of those jobs don't return after the 11 months. So I understand that there are a number of temporary opportunities within the city, but sometimes many of those are actually unique for a defined period of time related to specific project work. Where you would see temporary staff typically being repeated is where you end up with provisional employees. They're employees that typically come back season after season, and they would be supported by FDEs.
Well, and I think my experience and experiences I'm hearing about, it's maybe sort of a nuance there. So for example, there may be a team, or let's say, I think I've heard even in IIS, there's a big project, there's a big capital project, so there's a project manager brought on for 18 months to deal with that project. But then, of course, there's going to be another big project, and then it's another temporary contract rather than an FTE. So just wondering if there's sort of ongoing assessment of those, like what I would maybe call like the rolling 11-month contracts.
So those particular opportunities, when we look at capital funded and engineers as an example, when we're bringing somebody on beyond 11 months, we typically call those perm terms, and they are supported by an FTE for a specific duration. And then where possible, we do assess our internal talent and try and realign it to support projects as new work comes on the books.
So would we have numbers on, let's say, the number of 11-month contracts in a work area? Like, even if we just looked at a work area to say how long and how many 11-month contracts have they had in a work area?
I don't have that information with us today, but that's certainly something that we could bring back if you have interest.
Yeah, I think that would be really helpful to understand, because I think, interestingly, in one of the service packages, I thought there was a very eloquent description of the value of FTEs in terms of higher talent attraction, more commitment, spoke to me very clearly of the value of FTEs. So just hoping to maybe look at that more strategically about how we create value beyond just that 20% savings, but actually how we're working as an organization. And related, just in my last 40 seconds, is just around the vacancy management. And this, we can maybe talk more about it on December 6th, because it was related to the financial update. And I guess just, I think there are some concerns around vacancy management in terms of the pressures it puts on the staff that are remaining. And just wondering, and noting particularly too that some of the stress leave, mental health issues are increasing in the city. Just wondering if there's been an evaluation of sort of those downstream impacts of vacancy management.
So just so I'm clear on your question, Councillor, are you asking about us keeping a position vacant intentionally? Is that when you say vacancy management, is that what you mean?
Well, maybe that's a clarification of terms, that there was a number of notes about, we've saved X number of millions in vacancy management. And my experience of that was that it was like, we're keeping the position, but we're just gonna be really slow to rehire. We're gonna, we're gonna rehire in 6 months rather than in 2 months.
Okay, I understand. There's a number of different facets to the question that you're asking. So we have done that, exactly what you're talking about, where we were trying to achieve savings, for example, during COVID, and we would slow down or it wasn't a hiring freeze, but it was, let's say, hiring restraint on positions. And we had a criticality lens we used. So each position you had to justify needed to be filled. And so I think that's along the lines of what you're talking about. However, when we talk about vacancy management, there is a vacancy factor built into all of our budgets that Stacey could elaborate or harm more on. And so we include in our budget a certain number of vacancies automatically. And so in order to get to additional savings, we would have to go above and beyond the factor that is already embedded in every single one of the department's budgets.
Yeah.
What's in the budget, department's budget is vacancy discounting, where we discount the total cost of personnel for the anticipated vacancies during a year so that we don't generate a surplus.
I'll follow up on another round. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I want to start with some, I guess, indicators. You mentioned the employee to population ratio, and I think you also had a slide that compared the ratio of unionized versus out-of-scope positions with GOA and Calgary. But on that employee and population ratio, I'm wondering how does that compare with across the country?
So, just one sec, Councillor. Is MILAP available to answer that question?
So I'm not sure if Malep is on the line, but I'll take an initial stab at it, and then we can see if we can get him on the line for later if I don't cover enough. When we do an analysis of FTEs per $1,000 of population, the thing that is the trickiest for us in comparing across municipalities is the differences in service levels that make it very difficult for us to account for those in the number. For example, some municipalities' FTE number includes their utility operations. Ours wouldn't include drainage. Some municipalities across the country experience very different weather patterns that involve very different snow removal processes that may impact the number. And many of the municipalities make different decisions on contracting out that can also impact the number. So we can make those comparisons. It is very difficult for us to characterize, to just look at those without providing you all the reasons for why those numbers might be different.
Yeah, no, I can appreciate that these kinds of stuff is often apples and oranges, but I just think it's nice to have a bit of, how we do relative. I'm also wondering what does the city do normally to kind of measure, I don't know, quality of service? Is it public perception surveys and that kind of stuff?
I think it's a combination of things, but I'll maybe ask Ms. Matheson, who might be on the line, to respond.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the question. So we do community perception surveys. I think it's an every 2-year frequency. We didn't do one last year in the middle of COVID, but there will be one that we'll be planning for, and that information will come forward in early 2022. And then we also do measure our service through the enterprise performance management indicators that, again, we'll be bringing more information forward. But we have a number of different metrics that we use, and we do some benchmarking across the country and with other industry organizations as well.
So we didn't do one last year, but the last time we did it would be in 2018. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
I'm sorry?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I guess I'm just kind of curious about the change in that trend between, in the last however long, barring the fact that, COVID has significantly changed some of that. But I will be just curious whether or not that has changed given some of these measures put in place. I think the idea that Councillor Jans brought up was interesting in terms of some of the reactions from some of our union leaders, but also staff to this presentation. This, reminded me of some of the feedback from the representative from QP30 during the public hearing around, employees provide ideas all the time, and they're often not heard, but when a consultant come in and provide the same kind of ideas, there is an immediate reaction to it. And I see that you had several slides about how the corporation listens to employees. I guess, why that discrepancy and any thoughts around that discrepancy?
I think it's about perspective. We don't listen to everything consultants tell us. We challenge that. We do listen to a lot of employee ideas. We don't listen to all of them. And I suppose some of those comments come from the perspective of whether your idea was listened to or not. And I can't speculate on what all 13,000 employees feel in here, and I don't want to say that. But I know that we do have conversations with employees, and I would say that if you looked at, for example, the Cultural Commitment Awards, all of those were ideas where employees came up with them. They implemented them, and then we tried to recognize them for that. And I would love to be in a position where, you know, that happens 100% of the time. And I believe we need to work harder to get those perspectives. It's why we've put some of the teams we've put together in terms of engagement, particularly my personal engagement with the city manager's employee advisory team to get those perspectives. So, I mean, I guess I do want to say I respect that perspective. I respect those views, and I want to hear them all. But we can't, every idea that comes up, we can't immediately say yes to once we've evaluated it. So.
Yeah. No, that's great. Thanks. I have some follow-up for second round. Thanks.
You're out of time, Councillor. Councillor Tang, thank you so much for that. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was, just being that I've heard there might be a bunch of folks with second rounds, I might not have the same worry. My worry was I think I'm going to have a lot of questions from what I've just heard, but I'm not ready to ask any one of them yet. So I would like to not make sure that we have finished questions on this item. So if there's a lot of second rounds, we might reach 5:30 and not be a problem, but I need to say out loud that I would want to make sure I can recess. If there's a second round that takes 5:30, great, but if we're done at 5, I need to come back to this item.
Yes,
I need to do
yeah, that's not a bad idea, because there's a lot to absorb, and
I think there might be a need to get other perspectives and feedback to help inform the questions I might ask, but I'm not ready to do that yet. So I wanted to flag that. I don't have any questions. I just need time. So.
Yuck.
Thank you.
So we could actually break at 5 o'clock if other council members don't have those questions, but there is a second round from Councillor Rice. But before I do that, Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I can understand the context as well, or explain the context of some of these questions that are on my mind. You know, we're just coming out of a very polarized election campaign on this issue. I hope that all of you understand that context, because this issue of employee, supervisor, consulting, and all that was very polarized, and which polarization sometimes does not lead to good, thoughtful conversations during that time. So I think that feeds to some of the what public thinks about these issues and what employees thinks about these issues as well. So I thought in that context. So I did hear about this issue as well during the campaign. So absolutely will absorb this information over the next few days. Might have a more maybe more thoughtful, informed questions as well, right? But I want to ask, like, what is the auditor's scope? Does our city auditor, his office cover our external agencies as well, like EPS, EPL, some of the other agencies that we fund, or just entirely on, or just so focus on city employees under the corporation?
I don't know actually the answer to that. I know this audit, Your Worship, this audit that we're talking about here, the management staffing, the staffing and productivity audit was not EPS and EPL. It was within the city's leadership purview, but with respect to the auditor's overall powers, I'm not familiar. I would imagine Law might know, or someone else.
So there's actually an account at the first audit committee meeting on Friday. We're actually giving a joint presentation between the CFO, the city clerk, and the auditor on Friday morning, and that's the first item on your agenda. we
Yeah.
can make sure the presentation clearly addresses those issues.
And like I am on the layers of management that Councillor Rutherford talked about. Like I have no expertise to know whether 3 layers are better or 5 layers or 6 layers are better. So I absolutely want to trust you on that and have more explanation on as we go into this, right? So
Yeah, just on
yeah,
that, if I
yeah,
may, Your
yeah,
Worship.
yeah.
You know, like Ms. Armstrong said, it's a maximum of 7 layers. I am actively looking in across the city where that can be reduced. It's not 7 everywhere, and as was explained, it's 8 in some places, and we actively look at that. So
So
it's
it
not meant
varies
to
from
be-
department to department?
Yeah, it varies from department to department. It's a maximum of 7 layers, and I think there is scope to look at every layer everywhere and figure out if it's appropriate or not, and continually look at that as we move forward. So
Yeah.
it's certainly not a statement to say that we want 7 layers everywhere. It really does depend on the situation, as Ms. Armstrong indicated. So.
And also want to get your thoughts on how do we do some work with our external partners, particularly with the unions, because they have also contributed to this as well, because they are in negotiations and they position themselves by saying, there are too many managers out there. So how do we engage in an informed discussion with them as well, that they understand the real picture as well?
Well, I think we try. It's always difficult during the middle of collective bargaining, or
Yes.
as you're positioning for
Yeah.
collective bargaining, and I think that's understandable, and certainly I respect all of that. I think the answer to that question, Your Worship, is get to the facts.
Yeah.
And this presentation was intended to give you facts. And if you want to challenge those facts and we want to get a different perspective on those facts, I think that's fair too. So I think we just have to stick with the facts. And I do meet with the union presidents, I would say routinely. We're still getting into the groove with some of them who are new, but we try to share those perspectives and understand their views. And then we have meetings with the LT and the union presidents as well. I think it needs to be an ongoing dialogue.
Yeah.
That's always more difficult when you're collective bargaining, because people are quite rightly taking positions.
And I think we also need to take that with a kind of grain of salt as well, right? Because we hear all these perspectives from outside, but they're also being leveraged. Those positions are being leveraged as well, right?
Well, I don't want to underestimate the importance of every voice, every employee who has a perspective.
Yeah.
It's their lived experience.
Yes.
And we need to listen to every one of those, and we need to investigate, we need to follow up, we need to, which is why we've put so many resources into things like safe disclosure offices and those types of things. So
Okay.
I
And
wanna
you have
make
an
sure I'm
advisory,
very
can you
clear
briefly
that-
talk about your advisory committee that you put together?
Yeah, so we've put together what I refer to as the City Manager's Advisory Committee. It's a group of 20 employees from across the city. We picked them from a group of 100 that wanted to be part of it, and one of our new strategies is working out to the other 100. And they're all, for the most part, frontline folks, unionized folks, and many of them are from the employee resource groups that we've formed as well, that speak to different unique experience, whether it be LGBTQ2+ or racialized employee resource groups. And so the idea is we meet every 2 months. We have a work page, and we try to focus on these very things. We talk about the recent surveys, for example, and we talk about what they're hearing, and it's another resource for me to engage with employees through some frontline folks.
Good.
But we also have to get out there every day. We have to go on frontline visits. We have to understand what people are going through, and it's a big organization, and we try to get to everybody. So,
Thank you.
but I want to be super clear that I may not agree with every perspective I hear from 13,000 employees, but I absolutely respect their perspective and their view and what they're saying, And we have an obligation to get to the bottom of that and figure out why they're having that perspective and what we can do to work together. And I believe in collaboration with the union presidents to do that work.
Good. Thank you. I'll move, Councillor, I'll take the chair back and go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for the presentation and all the hard work in putting it together. This is obviously an ongoing effort that was already underway when I came on council in 2017. And so I'm trying to parse a little bit of the questions and try to get to the root of it. And I just want to bounce some ideas off you and see what your responses are. It seems that there is perhaps a generational issue at play that isn't like clearly defined by generations, but by maybe the way that people are approaching their view of work and their view of their belonging to an organization. And so a lot of young people, what I'm hearing is that they don't want to work in an hierarchical structure, which is kind of a tough proposition because that's the structures that we've got. That's basically how most things work. And what they're talking about is more a more collaborative approach, less being managed and more being collaborated with, less direction, more leadership. And those are really difficult terms to define and really difficult wants and desires to incorporate into structures that began decades and sometimes hundreds of years ago. And so I guess my question is, with all of that in mind, how do we approach that? How do we accommodate those views in a way that isn't just hearing them, but is there value to them for us to incorporate into the way we do things?
So 100% there is a value of incorporating that perspective, and I think we have to continually be agile in our workforce and try new things. So let me give you a specific example. Through COVID, of course, we got very good at working from a lot of office workers working from home, and I always remind myself to point out that 70% of our employees can't work from home because the people who drive buses can't work from home yet. Maybe one day in the future they will be able to. But my point is 70% of employees work frontline where we can't ask them to do that work at home, like firefighters and bus drivers and those kinds of things. The other office workers, after their initial experience with COVID, we asked questions, we listened, we heard a great desire to change the way we work in the workplace in office spaces and allow more flexible work arrangements so that people could work from home. We have currently agreed, and then we negotiated with the unions who agreed as well, to work with a hybrid workforce model. And I think that that is proof of us listening to employees and what they want. Now, some employees are very upset that we're not allowing them to work from home when we do come back 5 full days a week. But we're starting. We thought we'd start with 3 days a week, so they've been able to do that where it makes sense. I also think that we are really structuring our office spaces. Combined with a hybrid model, we want to get into more hoteling, more collaborative workspaces, and we think that will create an environment where there can be that collaboration, less directed down. And I also think, Councillor, there are hundreds of examples, but I think we learned a lot through the process of the snow and ice control city audit, where we had a very clear group of employees who did not feel listened and did not feel that they had influence in the way they do their jobs. And we've accepted all those recommendations. And we may not, though I'm sure there will be people who would argue we're not 100% there yet, but the point is we've accepted those recommendations, and we've accepted and agreed as management that employees who are doing tough jobs need to have some influence in how they do that work. But at the end of the day, you as a council are going to hold me accountable for every single thing that happens in the city, and I will in turn do that through some sort of hierarchical structure. When things go wrong,
go ahead.
When things go wrong, I'm responsible for it. Doesn't matter who does the issue. And we use that as a learning moment to try to get it right. Sometimes management doesn't get it right. Sometimes employees don't get it right. We need to all work together to learn from that experience and be a truly learning organization and empathetic to the needs of our employees.
Sorry, I know Councillor Paquette's almost out of time. However, I do have some comments that are directly relevant to what he just said. May I make them?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Firstly, the concept of a hierarchy, and thank you, firstly, Councillor Paquette, thank you for saying kind words about the work that my folks in my department do, and you've seen that work over the years that I've worked with you as a councillor. And since a couple hundred of them are listening to this, I really appreciate your recognition and appreciation for the work that is being undertaken. So thank you. Secondly, the concept of a hierarchy is one I'm very familiar with, and there are organizations globally that operate as hierarchies, which is a different structure from a hierarchy. However, I don't know of any public sector organization, such as a municipality, that has been able to operate in that way. We will definitely research this and see if we can find anyone in the world who operates as a hierarchy or another structure from a hierarchy in a municipal environment. And finally, you've heard lots about the city's leadership competencies, and one of them is collaboration. And I firmly believe that even in the context of a hierarchy, you can have that kind of leadership that you described, Councillor, with collaborative discussions happening regardless of rank in the hierarchy, and that is something we are working toward at the city. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to comment.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Yeah. And absolutely, thank you to you and your team. We do appreciate your work, and I think we try to get to that better understanding of all the work that is being done as well. So thank you. I will. So somebody move the second round, please. Councillor Paquette, do you want to move the second round?
Sorry, could we?
Yeah, I'm happy to move the second round.
Are we going to hold second round for next week? That would be my preference.
We could carry on next week as well, but I just saw Councillor Rice's name as a second round, but we will carry on after that tomorrow.
So, Mr. Mayor, would it be helpful if we move the second round? We get in one last question here, but we can continue with the second round at the next meeting?
Oh, absolutely. That's the intent, that we break at 5 and we'll give, Councillor Tang, you were second round. You can carry on tomorrow, or we can carry on till 5:30. But the sense I got that we break at 5 o'clock, carry on Wednesday, carry on the 8th, right?
I think there should be concern from public, and then because our bylaw is not changed yet, the bylaw is still 5:30, and then this is public info, which is by 5 o'clock.
It'll be by consent.
Yeah.
This won't be my decision. It'll be by consent from council if they wish to end
I
at
think
5.
we still need to follow bylaw before the change happen.
I think, I think the issue is just around adequate time for preparation so that we can be asking informed questions.
Okay.
That was a good Blackfoot modeling of decision-making. Okay, so
can you move second round,
move the
please?
second round.
Second.
Second by Councillor Salvador. Please move for the second round.
We have all the votes.
Please display the votes. Okay, that is carried. So second round, Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I would like to focus on the operating budget related question, and then appreciate the patience from my colleagues today because we have so many questions. The first question, I would like to thank our SFO for the wording for the motion about $6 million from Epcot dividend. And so my question is about that is, I try to get the wording here. And because this, I just want to confirm $6 million is ongoing and started in 2022, right?
That's correct.
I think that is great news for our public. They will be very happy to see that tax reduced and from 1.8% proposed to 1.45%.
But that decision has not made
yes,
yet.
no, I
Councillor.
know that decision is not made yet. I would be happy to move that motion and at the proper time. Thank you, Mayor. The second question is about operating budget. Operating budget, because I heard the presentation, we talk about based on our current FTE, in 2022 operating budget, there is 51% personal spending, like planning spending, and for our employee side. So is that correct number? Are you able to provide me the specifically how much we are planning to spending on the employee side?
So the personnel budget, Council Rice, is 1.6 billion. So it's on page 2 of attachment 2. If you're looking for the number, it's 1604653,000, and that's around 52%.
Okay, so around 52% so of the operating budget. Is this compared to 2021? This is increase or decrease?
It's an increase.
Is it increase, like how many increase?
So how much has the budget for personnel increased, or how many?
Percentage, like compared to 2021, like how many percentage increase for this employee, like expenditures?
If you give me a sec, I can quickly run that number for you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is my second question. I'm going to third question. So third question may be a little bit bigger, but I would like to get this question out. And because we heard lots of voice and talk about efficiency in terms of city's services. So we heard lots of efficiency and process delayed. And then I would like to relate this back to the productivity and for our city's employee. And then because this productivity will impact the efficiency for the services programs we provided. So is there any action plan or is there any specific measures how we can improve this employees' productivity, and then with other factors we talked about, like a culture change, and then structure, organizational design structure, and then is there anything and we can focus on and improve and productivity, and by that way, as a result, we can improve our city services efficiency. So that is a question I would like to ask, and I may not get answer, and because it's a long day, and then I would like to follow up with that question as well. Thank you.
I can answer your question as towards the increase. So the increase over the 2021 budget in personnel is around $10 million, and that's under 1% increase.
Okay, thank you.
And just on your other question, maybe I'll approach it at a high level and tell you how we inform the budget on the basis of efficiencies. So each year when we establish the budget, we do look at programs. We have a number of initiatives that go on across the city where we look at changes to the way operations are done. As we develop budgets, we incorporate those changes going forward. So you'll see in the budget that is already in there. As we continue to do work and get feedback and change the way that we provide a service across the corporation, it's at that point in time that the efficiency comes into the budget. So if your question is there any other efficiencies? We would have to do future work, and we're always doing continuous improvement work to get more efficiencies, but where we have realized an efficiency, it's already in the budget.
I know my time is out, and then...
Sorry, Councillor Rice. It's, Councillor Tang?
Yeah, I just have a few follow-up, and I didn't want to lose it until next week, so sorry for the last minute chiming in. I know this, everything that's kind of on the table is culture and efficiency that's so closely intertwined. And even a lot of the work around culture has been there well before, the motion that the last council put in around, management as well. So I can appreciate that this has been, a very ongoing, and a lot of effort has gone into this. And to your point, Mr. Corbell, around, you can't agree with everybody. That's actually quite reminiscent of much of the public engagement that we do with public, right? And how do you follow up on some of those? And I like your point about, you have to really get on the ground in the front line to really be in that milieu, right?
Yeah, thanks. I try to follow up where I can personally. I try to follow up with engagement, whether it's me engaging with staff. Every 6 weeks we do kind of an all-staff session where we take questions. So there's a direct engagement, and staff have the opportunity to state their name and publicly declare who they are, or they have the opportunity of being anonymous, so that if they don't want to say who they are. So that's been helpful. Let me give you a great example, the fare box maintainer issue. Because of a contract we'd set out for the ARC cards, we no longer needed fare box maintainers in ATU. I sat down with President Mr. Bradshaw from ATU. He put in front of me a fare box maintainer who told me his story. And that was the compelling point in my mind, where we worked with ETS and others to find a different way so that they would to take a different way. At one point we were going to terminate the fare box maintainers, and we decided that while we won't replace them over time, we're not going to terminate these 4 employees that have served in the city, and we've got really good work for them to do, and including making sure the transition's good. And then I got back to that fare box maintainer, and I said, you're the one who convinced me that this was a better approach than the one we had. So that's one example, but I think an illustrative example of where this team, I can tell you, is trying to do that every day. And I got to say, one of the really interesting experiences for me was to congratulate a 35-year employee who's responsible for the grounds at the Commonwealth. We did that with some leadership in the center field of Commonwealth Stadium, and he was such a proud employee about the work we do. So I wish I could do that 13,000 times a day, every day, and then also hear and understand the pain employees are going through and try to work on them.
Yeah. And
but we have a big team trying to do that.
Yeah, and that's culture, right? And for your city manager advisory group, is there a way for council to hear some of those feedback, even informally? And this is why I'm looking forward to so many of the site visits, and to hear some of the feedback directly. But I understand it's a relatively new thing.
Yeah, generally new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm just curious generally to more about this group. So I'm glad Mr. Mayor brought up that question. Sorry, just switching gear really quickly to the vendor management strategy. The goal for 2019-2022 was a saving of like 22 million. Is that kind of like this? Are we maintaining that goal moving forward, or are we kind of resetting that strategy based on this council and the next cycle?
So
I can.
Go ahead.
Sorry. Yeah, I can answer that. The initial council motion was for the current budget cycle ending in 2022. We are constantly looking for ways to keep that momentum on finding efficiencies and savings. But one thing that I want to be mindful for the next budget cycle, and you might have seen by the numbers, is that our cost avoidance was $48 million, which is way higher than the savings. And that avoidance is also a reflection of the market, meaning there is a point where, because of COVID and all of the disruptions, prices go up. So we don't necessarily reduce the budget, but we avoid paying a higher price. And that is equally important. So I would say, for the budget cycle, the existing one, but we're working on both sides to hold as best as we can from a stewardship perspective.
Great, thank you.
Good. And I would just add that I don't think we should ever stop challenging those numbers and those uses. And as the city evolves and we build the city, I think that's a very healthy challenge function to make sure we're always looking at those things.
Cool. Thank you so much. I am we have police commission coming on the 8th, right, at 1:30? Right, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor.
And we would have a lot of questions on that, hopefully, right? We will apply same rigorous lens to that budget as we do to this budget and ask for efficiencies and accountability there as well. So we'll have a lot of time there, and we have a lot of questions on this operating budget as well. So this is not the end of these. If I don't see the people on the list, that doesn't mean that we have concluded questions. That's my understanding, that we will have more questions to administration on this, and we will, the sense I'm getting is that this presentation has raised a lot of questions in people's mind, and they want to reflect on that along with the many other questions. So we need a little bit of time to sit on it. What we should do is, if the desire of the council is that we break now and we resume back on December 8th at 1:30 with the police commission budget, then resume the discussion back on the operating supplemental. Once we do that, then we'll go into amendments to the main motion once it's moved. Is that okay with everyone? Cool? Okay. So we will adjourn now. And this meeting will carry on the 8th, but we do have other council meetings in between. And committee meetings. Yeah, cool. Okay.